Elsie, do we have a quorum by any chance?
Yes, hey, thank you,
Hey.
Ryan. Good morning, everybody. We have all 20 of our board voting member positions filled. A quorum, I believe, is 40%, which means 8 or more. And yes, we've made that quorum today.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, this is our first meeting with our new executive committee running the meeting. So you'll have to forgive any bumps along the way for the first time here. There was a lot of good things that Anna and Trey did, and the way that Anna led these meetings. And so we'll don't try to fix what isn't broken is going to be my theme. The meetings have gone smoothly, and so we'll try to continue that tradition here. So now that we have a quorum, okay, we'll continue with the two-word check-in at the start of our meetings. So one word is how you're feeling this morning, and the second one is what you're bringing to the meeting today. So we'll start who I can see here. We'll go with Jewel and then Lance.
Morning, guys. I'm feeling very impressed and carried by Ryan. He's been doing a lot, and I still. So what I'm bringing today is sponge brain, a beginner's mind, in our whole process.
I am feeling attentive, I guess, and I am bringing listening.
Great. We'll go with Alan and then Mike.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am feeling jet lagged, and I am bringing attention.
I'm feeling highly interested, more versus just interested, and I'm like Alan, I'm trying to bring attention.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mike. How about Ann and then John?
Morning, everybody. I guess I'm gonna try. I'm feeling curious, and I'm gonna bring intentionality.
Which John?
John Browning.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's a carryover from our UPC meetings. Say, okay, John. Yeah, I'm present and accounted for, excited for the new meeting kickoffs, and I'm bringing lots of interest.
Okay, thanks, John. How about Robert and then Beth?
I'm feeling tired and I'm bringing listening.
Thank you.
Sorry, that took a second. I am feeling grateful to everyone who is giving up their Saturday morning, well, or all of their Saturday to attend and participate in this meeting. And I am bringing excitement.
Great. Yeah, thank you for being here. We'll go with Wayne and then John McDonald.
I'm feeling tired, but I'm also bringing a thirst for knowledge.
Good morning, everyone. I am waking up and I'm bringing curiosity.
Lost my place. Okay, hey, thank you. Jeff and then Alicia. Jeff, I think you're still on mute.
Sorry, I'm operating off my phone and I'm traveling today. Just got finished doing a SEIC program, so sorry about that. I'm feeling good and excited, bringing some enthusiasm for the meeting.
Okay, great.
I am also feeling jet lagged. Alan and I have been overseas and got home around midnight last night, actually probably more like 11 p.m. late. It's been a long couple of days. I'm bringing coffee.
Fantastic. All right, who do we have? We have Patrick and then Robin.
I am having internet problems. Our neighborhood's internet is all out, so using a hotspot. But I'm bringing open-mindedness.
Good morning. It's been a long week, so I'm feeling fairly tired, and I am bringing enthusiasm.
Great. All right, who has Stacy and then Suze?
Hello, good morning. I am bringing contentment or I am content, and I am bringing dedication.
Oh, my turn. Sorry. I don't know how I'm feeling. I'm a little off balance feeling, I guess, because we're like fogged in in Seattle at the moment. And I am bringing curiosity.
Great. Rachel and David.
Sure, I'm feeling ready and I'm bringing listening.
Okay. Good.
Hi, everyone. I'm feeling busy. We're on a flip day this morning, and I'm bringing attention. And I have I posted in the messages. I'm having trouble logging into the Slack for voting. If anybody has a tip there, it's not accepting my authorization codes.
David, voting happens in a spreadsheet today, not in Slack. I've sent you the link to that. It's
Okay, thank
also on the meeting agenda if anybody needs it.
Thank you.
All right, and I think we have Tara and Tom Darnus.
Hey, I'm Tara. I'm feeling grateful, and I'm bringing presents.
Hey, good morning. I'm feeling a bit anxious, and I'm bringing partnership.
Great, thank you. I see a 620 phone number. I'm not sure who that is.
That's RJ.
RJ, okay.
I believe that he's driving. He's traveling,
He's
so he may
driving.
not easily be able to
Got it.
answer.
Okay, Kelsey, I think you wrap us up then.
Okay, well, hey, I'm feeling happy to see all of y'all, and I'm bringing some record keeping today.
Okay. Thanks, Kelsey. So just kind of an overview of the meeting. You should have the agenda, and after this opening session here, we'll have some reports from the executive director and board president who are joining us today, and then we'll get into our committee reports. We'll have an update from about the leadership pathway and SEI department, and then move into motions and some discussion. Towards the end of the meeting today, I thought it was very effective a couple years ago when we did some breakout rooms to discuss some bigger topics and have some good conversations. So we'll wrap up the meeting with that. We'll try to keep everything on time. I'll just confess, I don't have a timer, so I may be ill-equipped. I know there was a timer involved in the last meetings, but we'll just try to keep it on track here. Just in terms of some ground rules for the meeting, if when you would like to speak, please do raise your electronic hand, and we'll call in the order that they were raised. If you can keep the comments to 2 minutes or less when it's time to discuss, we should be able to get through the meeting efficiently here. In terms of the motions, they've been posted. I think the last one was posted on the motion close date, so they've been posted in Slack. So hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at those. Kelsey will open up the voting spreadsheet, and we'll vote through that spreadsheet as she was mentioning earlier. When we get, there'll be 5 minutes for each, a maximum of 5 minutes for each person to present when it's time for your motion. So as Anna said, great saying from her, speak from the heart and get to the heart of the matter. So speak directly to your perspective that you're bringing this morning. We have really great. I've had a chance to meet with most of the discipline committee chairs, and we had great discussions. There's great things going on in SEIC and the work that you guys are doing in your discipline committee. So really looking forward to seeing what this meeting brings this morning. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is great. So I wanted to just turn it over to Beth, and she's going to let us know what's going on with the ACA staff and from her position as the executive director.
So Kelsey, can I share my screen, please?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Oops. Wait, hold on one second, y'all. Okay. So I'm going to give a really quick update on many things that the staff is working on. These are meant to pique your interest and not to be a complete report. So if we have time for questions, I'll be happy to answer questions about anything today, or if there are things you want more information about, certainly Kelsey or I will be happy to answer emails or, jump on a call, whatever we can do to provide more information to y'all. The first thing I wanted to touch on, and I know this may be talked about more in more detail later, is that I want to just say that the Leader and Guide Pathway project implementation is one of the ACA's top priorities for 2025. And it's one of my personal performance objectives for the year as well. So we have pulled a lot of staff to help with this effort. Certainly Kelsey will be very involved providing general support and guidance. She's also working on the CMS implications, and she will be working on communications and just general oversight of the effort in conjunction with, of course, with Ryan and SEIC. Tara, who's on the call today, I think most of you know Tara. She is also dedicated to working on this project. She's sort of our project manager, if you will. I know she's doing some work on cleaning up the curriculum. She's sort of our liaison with Jonathan at Creature Learning and is working on some of the collateral design. And Tara will also be doing some staff training for the rest of our staff. Casey Moss, who's our communications manager, has already started working with Tara on building out some new web pages to support the rollout. And then Casey will also be responsible for member communication. And then Michelle Flynn, who is in our office in Fredericksburg, she will be trained just to answer general inquiries. And Crystal, our insurance person, will be trained to answer insurance inquiries about the program. So other priorities that we just sort of collectively as a staff have been working on. One is our new, she's relatively new, volunteer coordinator, Mackenzie Holbrook, has developed some onboarding processes and materials for new volunteers, including the new board, the new state directors. We are in the process of searching for a chief operating officer. We have several really great candidates already, but we did send an email out to, or put it in the newsletter this week about the position, and that was sent to all of our membership, and I've already had some inquiries from members about that. On the competition side, we hired a new high performance director, Michelle Aire, who will start on Monday, and we're super excited about her joining the staff. Something interesting that Kelsey has been working on is a sort of a deep analytical dive into membership retention patterns and trends. Kelsey, are you going to talk about this in your report?
I was not.
Okay. Well, one thing interesting that Kelsey has found, it's like, how many, Kelsey? 1,600 people have been members for over 15 years?
that since we, yes, there have been 1,600, 1,633, something like that, have been members since we transitioned to the current database that we have now. So ACA got the current database April the 19th of 2011. And there are that's 1,600 people who have made a transaction all of those years. So that does not include lifetime members who no longer pay an annual dues.
So anyway, we're really trying to understand who renews and why they renew and how long they stay and who are the people who, you know, are these sort of loyal, I guess, members of the ACA. And we're also going to launch a member survey in the next couple of weeks to just get a better insight from our members about what they value about their ACA memberships, how we could make membership more valuable to them, and just some other, you know, insights into the membership. We did this in 2019 and learned a lot from it, and it's sort of well overdue to do again. I've mentioned Sport 80 in previous meetings with SEIC. That's our new membership system. It's a big lift to transition to a new membership system, and we're doing a lot of work right now on testing. This does not replace CMS. This replaces YM, which is the system that we've had for a really long time that most of our general members use for just event registrations and things like that. From a competition perspective, we're getting ready to kick off our 2025 competition season, which always starts with team selection events. And this year they will be held in Montgomery, Alabama, and Oklahoma City for slalom, and in Chula Vista, not Chula Visit, for sprint. And I bring this up in case anybody wants to come and watch or help as a volunteer. We always welcome members to these events, and they're kind of fun to watch. Sort of boring, but we finished up our financial audit, so that's always a nice feeling to get that done. We actually moved our office this week, just from the first floor of our building to the second floor. But, you know, an organization that's been around for 145 years accumulates a lot of stuff. So moving is always a good time for us to go through old boxes and figure out what we really want to keep. Something I would say is a big passion project for the staff. Let me go backward one. We are starting to plan for summer solstice, which is something that we've done for the past couple of years. It's really, you know, a sort of let's go paddling event for all our members. It's really intended to build a sense of community among our membership. And then so the passion project that many of us are working on is an advocacy campaign around what's happening with national park staffing. As you all know, there have been a lot of activity in Washington around federal government employees, and the one that sort of piqued our interest, I would say, is the one around national parks and Bureau of Land Management and National Forest staffing. And so we have started sort of a social media campaign around this, not to make a political statement at all, but really to educate our members and also to help our members understand or think about how they can support the parks at a time where staffing has been, you know, greatly reduced. And so that's something that you'll see on our social media and other communication channels. And then I've been active on a NASBLA committee about micro-learning. I was sort of teasing Mike at the beginning of this meeting that I've seen him on lots of videos that were made many years ago. So that's been kind of fun. And Kelsey and I will be attending the NASBLA meeting next week, and we will be making some presentations on behalf of the ACA. The last thing I wanted to mention was that although we have not inked the deal on this one, we are planning to have an in-person annual meeting in October in Charlotte. And this will be to celebrate our 145th birthday. We will hold events at the Whitewater Center there. And I know it will be our Slalom National Championships, which is kind of fun to watch and be a part of. But I know like the Swiftwater Rescue Committee and maybe a few other SEIC committees are interested in holding conferences or some sort of, mini event as part of this. So we will provide more information as the planning gets to be a little bit more firmed up. And the reason we chose Charlotte is that it's close to, we have a lot of members in that sort of general area, and we have access to the Whitewater Center, a partner, the U.S. Performance Center, and the Whitewater Center, in addition to the Whitewater course, has the Catawba River right next to it, so we have access to flat water there as well. And that's it for me. I don't know, Ryan, I probably went over. I'm sorry if I did. And you'll have to tell me if there's time for questions or not, but.
Yeah, we're ahead of schedule, so let's take a couple minutes for questions.
Well, I guess that means I did a good job explaining everything.
There's a lot going on.
Or I talked so fast that nobody could understand anything I said. Hey, John.
The advantage of going first thing, though, you don't have enough coffee in you.
Yeah, just curious if we have a ETA for Sport 80 to become active.
We are shooting for April 1st.
Okay.
Some of that is dependent on the vendor because they are in the midst of a big transitioning another much larger than we are organization. And so we are behind them in terms of, their ability to implement. But we are working real hard on it. It's been a challenge because of the way YM captures data. I tell you all, Kelsey's done an amazing job at working on this project and has spent hours and hours. And I'm not sure anybody else could have figured it out but Kelsey. So big kudos to her for all her work.
Thank you.
Robin, did you have a question? I saw your hand up.
I had the same question, so thank you.
Okay.
I have a question, but I can't figure out where my hand up is on my iPad.
That's okay.
Reactions. Okay, thank you. I'm wondering if any of what's going on with federal government with withholding of funds and grants and all that kind of stuff is affecting the ACA at all or expected to.
Boy, that's a great question, Wayne. And I actually gave a little bit of a presentation at our last board meeting about the implications of what's going on in DC for us, at a very, grassroots level, I guess you'd say. And Tom probably knows more about this than me, but we're certainly, wondering if there will be any impact on the Coast Guard grants. They are, and again, Tom, please feel free to jump in here. They are funded through kind of a special, and Robin knows about this and Kelsey. So I don't know, I should probably stop talking and let somebody else say something, but a special fund. And so we're hoping that those grants will not be affected, but I don't know. Tom, do you have any insights that you can share?
Yeah, Beth. So yeah, as you would imagine, I'm limited what I can say, and I really can't speak for future grants. Your guess is as good as mine, how that shakes out. Current grants, a grant that you would, that you currently have, I think everybody's drawn down. Kelsey, I don't know if you have any funding left on your grant or not, but if even so, those grants aren't at risk. There's just administrative lag discussions going on right now. My boss, poor Pablo Borski, his opinions changed every 5 minutes, as you would imagine. So as the new secretary, coordinates with the president's office, things keep changing on a day-to-day, hourly basis. But who knows with that. The future grants, as if you've noticed, Kelsey and Beth, the NOFO for this year in Denver came out. We're still trying to figure out what that's going to look like. because we're running out of time also. So all grants have to be reviewed and, awarded before October 1st, and Safe Boating Week's coming up. And so all of our staffs, both at, all the nonprofits, all of ours, all the state partners, they're all getting ready for the boating season, and we're running out of staff hours in order to review grants, especially 3-year grants, which require a lot more work than a 1-year grant. So yeah, more to follow on that.
Yeah, and I think the good news for the ACA is we love working on the grants, and they're very important to us, but financially we can survive without Coast Guard grants. There are lots of other organizations who I would guess, organizations that we partner with, that we support, that we collaborate with, that the financial impact will be much more significant than they will be on us. So there's some solace in that. Rachel?
Yeah, you had mentioned the thing in Charlotte, and I was wondering if you can provide, is that going to become like the IT conference in your vision and a SEIC meeting, or that's more so the bigger board meeting that's going to be there? Do you have any ideas yet?
And Kelsey, please jump in. I mean, we are hoping, that we would be able to plug in any group within the ACA that wants to have like some sort of function there, Rachel. So it would be for general membership. We'd love for it to be similar to the conference that we had in 2019 in Richmond, where we had about 100 people who came in, mostly, from the instructional side. I mean, we're sort of tentatively planning on a couple hundred people, is what we've told the Whitewater Center. And we would love that to happen. And, it could morph into lots of different things. Maybe a group would even want to go up to NOC before they come to Charlotte, or, that's the good thing I think about North Carolina is there are lots of different bodies of water that groups could use for whatever purpose they would want to use them for.
Perfect. Thank you.
Right. I think we have time for one more question. So Mike, go ahead.
Remind me of the date again for that meeting.
What did I say? The 15th through the 18th, something like that?
Of what?
October.
Oh, okay, fine. I mean, I would sure like to know how to get coordinated with a couple ideas I have. I'd like to do an IT update, and I mean, I'd do an ICW, but yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I would love us to have more of a more community get-togethers like that. I really miss that 2019 was way too long ago.
Yeah. Well, there was a little thing called COVID in between now and 2019.
Yeah.
A little thing that was a little disruptive. But yeah, no, we're dying to have a big group thing, and the more the merrier, We're talking to Visit Charlotte, which is the Convention and Visitors Bureau, to see if we can get some funding from them. So we just want to have a big party, Mike. Come on.
Well, we could redo my videos and they wouldn't be so old.
Well, but you look so good in those old ones.
Well, don't change them. We could just
I think you've got hair back then.
Hey, just leave that in and just edit it and put anything else that you want to in there. Just leave my, the parts you like of me, and we'll be good.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you all for your time. Love being with you, and super excited about everything you've got going on.
Yeah. Thank you, Beth. Next we have Suze Britt, and she was recently elected as the president of the board. So,
Hi.
Suze.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Britt, and I was just elected in February for a 2-year term. All the board officers are elected to 2-year terms, much like our board term is 2 years. I don't know how much you know about the structure of the board, so I'm just going to give you this brief rundown. The way the board existed in 2019, it's a little different now, today, right? So we have 3 councils, SEIC and the RAC, Regional Activity Council, and the Competition Council, each of which the chairs our board members. So Ryan is actually a member of our board, and that is a great way for each of our councils to sort of represent the organization. In addition to that, we obviously have some athlete representation, which is very important since we're now the national governing body for sprint, slalom, and para canoe. In addition to that, we have some at-large members. I'm one of those, and an independent director, which is what Robert Kaufman is, who's also on this call. So last year, for the first time, the board actually officially designated that we would require a board training. We're very lucky in that the U.S. Olympic Paralympic Committee offers that training for free to the ACA, as it does to all its governing bodies. And that is super helpful to help us basically allow our board members to become better board members and more effective board members. So that is a great training that we started last year, and everybody that goes on the board goes through that board span training. In addition to that, this year, because we had quite a bit of turnover with our athlete reps, Mackenzie started an onboarding for the board itself, a training that happens to introduce them to the ACA basically and the board. We've already identified on a board level that we're probably going to add to that training to help get everybody up to speed. So just because you represent your area doesn't mean you have knowledge of all the other councils or about how the athletes work. So we are trying to update that kind of training before the end of the year to get everybody on the same page. The board itself currently, the way that we have termed it is we're spending like 6 months on foundational issues. Very much as Beth has described, the idea of getting a new membership system, the concept here is to help position us in such a way that we could continue to grow the organization. There's so many paddlers out there, but we need to make sure we have all the components in place that would allow us to grow in a reasonable manner, because we're a very lean, mean staff, right? We have a very small staff, but we have a very large amount of responsibilities in the organization. Other things that right now that the board is working on is we're working on creating better communication links between the councils and staff with the councils, sort of this to flow back and forth information. And that as a byproduct is actually causing us to create some better communications within the three councils with each other. All of us sort of connect to the other parts of the organization. So every part of the organization in its own way is very connected. And we're trying to facilitate that communication to being better. We feel it's very important to be able to look at how we can help each other out in all these different aspects of paddle sport that we're a part of. The board will focus very much on those foundational issues this year, but also we're going back to look at our strategic plan and to make sure it's still effective for what we want to accomplish in the direction we believe that the organization should head in. And that is all I have to say as a board update. And for me personally, if you do not know who I am, I actually grew up as a part of the American Canoe Association. I very much learned to paddle and sail and actually learned how to swim at Lake Sebago, which is called Camp Sebago. My dad was an ACA member. And so I've been a part of the organization for a long time, good portion of my life, actually. And I come more from the competition side, because when competition broke away from the ACA, I am actually an international judge for 3 different disciplines. So that's sort of the world I was a part of. And I have feel super privileged to be able to be the president of this organization. I care quite a bit about it and what it can do. So that's it. Anybody have any questions for me? Mike?
I can't help it. What did you judge? What do you judge?
Oh, so I am an International Canoe Federation judge for sprint, canoe marathon, and stand-up paddleboard.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would love to say I've been offered many times to be a slalom international official, but I honestly always thought I really couldn't do it. but I have to say that I have great admiration for freestyle and slalom. I absolutely love to watch it. But I am super glad I don't have to call the penalties for slalom.
Yeah,
It's quite a challenge.
thank you.
So anybody ever have questions? One of the things that I do is I have sort of a touch base once a month, which each of the council presidents and the athletes. And I do that to help make sure that we're raising the right issues to the board level. So if you ever have questions, you can always ask Beth, or you could go to Ryan and he can bring them up to us. So don't feel like you can't. And back to you, Ryan.
Okay. Thanks, Suze. Great to hear from both of you, Beth and Suze. Thanks for being here today and taking your time out to be part of the meetings. So we appreciate it and the work that you do. We're going to roll right into our discipline committee reports. So we'll start with intro to paddling. RJ is driving. I know he can hear us, but we'll see if, I'm not sure he'll be able to give an update, but we'll go intro to paddling, canoe, and then coastal kayak.
Cool, everyone. So we're still kind of getting on our feet with the IPC process and in relation to how the new leadership program is going on, but we picked up some new members. We have picked up some folks coming in from the different committees. So again, appreciate everyone who's sending representatives to there. I will be sending out a list of dates to go for the year again, so we can get back on board. Some of the slowness from the last couple of months is my fault because I'm busy and also getting in with the, how we're going to migrate everything in. But we were actually talking about the same things. One of our agenda items coming up on like what would we want to propose to have is pre-meeting topics that they could review online. We're looking at extending the level 1 instructor workshops by half a day, but allowing it to be an online module or online learning session. So to kind of give us a chance to make up for some of the extra time that we lose during those 2-day workshops that's currently at level 1. We don't feel like we want to add on additional in-person days because we all feel that part of the appeal to the level 1 folks coming in from different outfitters is they want it to be something that they can accomplish in 2 days versus adding on extra time. So we're looking at, maybe there's some stuff they can do homework ahead of time, but also trying to figure out some ways to incorporate some accountability with it. So it's not just you send them and say, review this, and they still show up to your workshop never having reviewed anything. So we're trying to open the online module stuff. Next thing that we talked about, as I mentioned before, is we're still hoping to get everybody on board with compiling a list of games and activities that we can have as resources that are available to newly minted instructors so they can utilize. That will be only accessible if you're an instructor through a page that is not just open to the public. So it will be a true legitimate perk as one of your things. And that's where we stand.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that work. And I know we're going to be talking about some potentially some e-learning modules later in the conversation. So it's good to hear that from IPC for sure. RJ, I'm not sure if you're able to join in here. I'll give you a few seconds and then we'll move on to JB. I know you're on the road.
If RJ can't answer, I do have his report that I
Awesome.
could briefly give.
Yeah. Let's do that, Kelsey.
Pardon me. Okay. Thank you to everybody who submitted your committee reports in the CMS. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in there, and one of those is RJ's, and he says that the canoe committee continues to meet on the second Thursday of each month. The past several months, they were working on the instructor candidate evaluations for all of their levels in both river and touring. And communication was asked of all current ITs and Es from both of those tracks to help review the current content, encourage inclusiveness, but also make changes as a group. So they've been working on that. And then they are now back to working on their level 2 canoeing curriculum. Let's see, they're in the middle of finalizing their documents and hope to bring that forward in the summer SEIC meeting. And their next task after that is to revising all of their curriculum and making it consistent in its commonalities amongst all levels.
Thanks, Kelsey. Thanks for the work that you guys are doing, RJ, and the canoe committee. So JB.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of speak to the report that I filed late last night. It says copy. I was doing it on my cell phone, but anyway, Coastal Kayak Committee, we installed new officers on January 1, which was brought about by the, I'll call it advancement of Ryan to the chair of the SEIC. And I became the chair of the Coastal Kayak Committee once again. We now actually, it's fun, is we actually have a secretary who has stepped forward. So that's something we have struggled with in the past, and I'm glad to have that as well as a vice chair. We've been busy making amendments to the L2 and L3 criteria and documents that came through the curriculum work group solicitation from instructors. And as you may recall, last year we established various work groups within the Coastal Kayak Committee. And one of them we called the Standards Work Group. We renamed that so as to remove any confusion as to the Standards Committee function of the SEIC to the Curriculum Work Group. And what we're doing is we're soliciting input from instructors and ITs and ITEs on things that they see in the curriculum that we may want to change or dial back or dial up or reword, what have you. We had three submissions last year. We worked those through the process. I think we've got the kinks in the process worked out now. They should move along fairly quickly. Those were all approved in last September's meeting. And I thank the SEIC for approving that as well as the board. I think the big challenge for us is finding a home for this form where it can reside. Ideally, I'd like to have it somewhere on the ACA website, and kind of like Jeff mentioned, behind a paywall, whether that be in CMS or somewhere else where we have a area for instructor resources. I think that's a challenge right now. The form is located on a Facebook group that we've established for coastal kayak instructors and trainers and educators. I think besides that, the other things that could reside there are items that CKC is working on, such as a glossary of terms. We're working on some videos. We're working on some modules for training that would be standardized, and it could be virtual as well. On the horizon for us is we're committed to continue to support the Trip Leader certification program. It's certainly something I've been in favor of for a long time. And when we first submitted the Trip Leader program back several years ago, we wanted it to be a certification then, but this committee didn't approve it as a certification. So I personally am excited to see it become a certification. We're going to carry forth with changes made at L2, essentials to kayak touring. Something that we kind of skipped over was that we also have a L2 and L3 essentials of sit on top. And then we also have essentials no skirt curriculum and evaluations. And those documents need to be updated pretty quickly, actually. And I'm working on those now. And then the other thing is I've been working to establish a series of town hall type meetings where, we would do an open invitation to all ITs and ITEs to join the committee in a Zoom session periodically and, get ideas and get discussion going that way. Possibly an eventual expansion of that to open up to instructors. So that's
great
what we've got right now.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that, all the work that CKC is doing. So Patrick, we'll go with pack rafting, and then with the rafting committee and river kayak after that.
Hey, everybody. I've been working with the American Pack Rafting Association to get some more people that are becoming instructors to start joining the ACA committees as well. And then we're going to start to look through all of our curriculum that we currently have and start to refine it a little bit. But we're also pretty excited about the new leadership path and seeing what that has to offer. But just going through and reviewing what we currently have and then starting to work with the ITs. And we now have an ITE. So we have someone to help continue and promote pack rafting and grow the committee as well.
Great. Thank you.
So I realized, and I was so concerned about getting our motion uploaded that I neglected to also upload a report. It's pretty simple. So 2 years ago, when the RAF Guide certification was passed, it was passed on a 2-year provisional period, and that 2-year provisional period is up. So over the winter, the rafting committee, aside from our monthly meetings, had been meeting weekly with work sessions to kind of bring that back to the drawing table after having it out in the world for 2 years. And that's the motion that we've got on the table today.
Great. Great. Thank you.
I think I'm next. Is that correct, Ryan?
Yeah, Ann, you're next.
Hey, I'm the chair for River Kayak, and we meet every other month with our subcommittees. In between, we've been trying to task and empower folks in individual, subgroups. We have 4 of those folks, those teams operating and doing their best to, be involved and intentional about moving agendas forward, and that some of the areas that we've really focused on, and we have a motion for our skills assessment to try to complement and support our instructors and, for that matter, our paddlers out in the water on how to, again, assess and have a rubric to refer to similar to CKC. Just trying to align with the other committees really in some of the ways. So that's in a motion. And again, that will evolve hopefully, depending on how it goes through the motion. We're also working on, we have a team working on curriculum and terminology, and again, trying to provide our instructors and paddlers with videos and aligning terminologies and trying to, get everything aligned so that when somebody looks at, a stroke, there's some continuity in the process. There are videos with the Kayaker Toolbox that I do have access to that if we're looking for videos, it's in segments. And if there's interest in that, I'm happy to engage with that. And those videos were made in, they're not super old. I still, our people still have hair. Anyway, we also have a committee that's looking at, again, trying to work on how we're going to encourage our an entry level of L3 to L5 for kayaking, as opposed to coming in at any level. So we're trying to figure out a way to support a process where there's accountability similar to CKC and SUP, where you come into the ICWs and the certification process at a certain level, and we're kind of navigating how to advocate for that and support it through an upgrade process that is sustainable. And again, looking at an online option as well. But again, just trying to give some framework to the way we run our instructor, our ICWs, similar to CKC, and maybe aligning all the disciplines to some degree and how we manage and support, accountability in the certification process. So we have a team doing that. And we also have a team that's looking at the L5 criteria and finding ways to make it more robust and supporting that process. And then other than that, we have 12 operating voting members and 6 affiliates. So, and again, we're just trying to engage, when we do come to a process where we have some information, how do we reach out to the ITs and ITEs to get buy-on and feedback on the process of navigating all these complex areas.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Thanks, Ann.
Sure.
It's good work. I like that format of every other month, your big meeting, your committee meeting and then work groups the alternating months. So you guys have been getting a lot of good things done. So Robin, I don't know, are you speaking for Tom today?
Yes, I
We've
will.
got safe. You are. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll do safety and rescue, SUP, and then surf.
Okay. So I'm the secretary for the Safety and Rescue Committee. Tom Burrows, our committee chair, had a last minute emergency he had to deal with. So our committee meets monthly. We focus on ongoing swiftwater rescue issues, discuss recent fatalities and accidents. Kind of long-term things that we're working on are the upcoming conference that we'd like to offer. We've done a few policy statements internally looking at response to drowning during water accidents, discussions on tethers, and recently had a lot of discussion about cold water issues. And the big effort we're starting to do is an evaluation guide similar to what the other disciplines are doing. Alicia, you're kind of taking lead on that. Is there anything you want to add about it?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. I was not prepared to answer that. Like I say, I literally did not get very much sleep in the last 48 hours, so I'm a little sorry.
No, if there's anything you want to add. But yeah, we're starting to work on that, looking at current resources that individual ITs and ITEs have and pulling those into a final document. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin.
All right, I think it's stand-up paddleboarding.
Yeah. Yep.
Perfect. Cool. So Stand-Up Paddleboard Committee meets once a month, but we didn't meet November through January, so we met again February and March. So we're kind of ramping things back up again since we haven't had a chance to meet. And so one of our members, Scotty McGee, is very interested in SUP marketing ideas. So we've been throwing it around a little bit, but our next meeting is really going to kind of focus on that. He went through the ACA website and realized that any SUP promotional videos are kind of like 8 years old. And so maybe there's an opportunity for a refresh. I know, Beth, you were talking a little bit with some of the videos you're looking through for NASBLA. So our group's trying to see how we might be able to bring some freshness to the marketing idea and get more people in. So we'll come up with some discussion items and then maybe bring it to others in ACA and see if there's a way we can help support that as a committee. We are also looking at continuing to align, and I liked what you guys are doing in River Kayak to be able to have the assessment things. SUP is still trying to figure out which way we want to head with that, but I appreciate the other committees rolling some things out so we have some ideas. So that's still in the back of mind that we're having discussions about. And then knowing L3, we need to update some curriculum there. But again, a lot of discussions before we're ready to move on things. So meeting, but no action items right now, but there will be in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thanks. Appreciate that. Anthea, you're up. And then I think John or Wayne, would you guys be willing to update us on universal paddling?
Good morning. Thanks to Ryan, who spent some time with us the other day at our monthly meeting, which is we've been trying to start meeting monthly on Wednesdays, the last Wednesday of the month. We're focusing again, kind of our issues sound to me a little bit like pack rafting at this point, just trying to get more ITs and more ITEs, conversations at the committee level around how we do that and how we might create some sort of like accelerated process and crossover process for instructors who are already active in coastal and river. So our conversations keep cycling around to that on the committee. I aspire to Anne's model, trying to create some sort of subcommittee structure to get some of this, out of the monthly meetings. But so far, I have a very engaged group that wants to kind of keep it at the committee level. So we're doing that. We like to program. We had a big event, as all of you know, in September that Marcel Big helped us with in Oregon, and a lot of focus again, kind of developing our East Coast membership and bringing in more ITs and instructors there. So we're talking about bringing back in a IT who had dropped out of the ACA system to come back in and help us really beef up our surf kayak presence on the East Coast. So you'll hear more about that soon. And we're looking forward to the annual meeting as being a device for a way to maybe do that, to do an event around that. So if you're involved in coastal or river, please keep an eye on us, because we'd love to bring some more people in from that area. And just trying to also get the group. We did a lot of, thanks to Kelsey and other people, we did a deep dive into our existing curriculum last spring, but I'm trying to bring the group back to that around an assessment guide. So that's kind of where we are. And, just thanks to, again, Ryan, but also Kelsey's been really helpful to us. So we're just excited. And I'd like to talk to you, Patrick, at some point, just in a conversation about how you guys are kind of, dealing with the building up the pack rafting discipline as quickly as you are. Because as I said, I think your issues are very similar to ours. So that's us.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Suze, go ahead.
So this is an ignorant question on my part. Is the difference between coastal and surf that surf is surf ski and coastal is sea kayak?
We're short boats. They're at the higher end of surf kayaking discipline. People compete in specially designed boats that take advantage of they are inspired by surfboards. Let's leave it at that. So they're but at the lower disciplines, it's really just being in a sit on top ish kind of boat, or just being in a shorter boat, because we specifically do not want people to be in sea kayaks for this particular discipline. We've had that discussion at this committee level before.
So am I right that coastal then is more sea kayak as opposed to sit on top, and you're more sit on top, right? And
well,
shorter boats
specially
in some
designed
cases.
sit on tops.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. John or Wayne, did you guys have anything for universal paddling?
Yeah, I guess I've been elected to report for Universal. We continue to meet monthly on the last Wednesday of the month. This past meeting, we focused on setting goals for the coming year, and one of them we set was to increase our program by 25%. So that's going to be a big leap for us, but I think we can do it. We're going to be working with state directors and encouraging them to engage in us. We're working on, let's see, I'm just reviewing my notes from the last meeting, packaging messaging for state directors so we can get the word out to them, and also the regional activity council members. And we're looking at getting a landing page together for the website. And we, kudos for putting that accessibility widget on the ACA website. I don't know if anybody's noticed that little blue caricature down in the lower left-hand corner when you open up the website now, but you can go in and you can make some adjustments that makes it more readable. I know I was having trouble reading some of the content because of the contrast between the text and the background. And through that widget, you're able to alter that. And every time I go there now to the ACA website, that widget takes effect, and it's a higher contrast for me. So thanks for putting that up. We're going to do some research on readability with readers. We do have some ACA members who are visually impaired and use sight readers to read their websites and what have you. And we want to make sure that we've got something that they can read there. We're looking at how UPC can, Universal Paddling can interface more with the leader pathway as well. So we're looking at that as one of our goals to investigate. And that's about all I have. I don't know if John McDonald has anything else to add, but you know.
That was great. I don't have anything else.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, everyone. I mean, there's so much good work going on, and I forget whether it was Beth or Suze that said it, but if you've got things that are you're really passionate about, push them forward. Our SEIC executive committee, we meet weekly, every Monday, and so we both take a look at any standards issues that are going on, but we really just talk about what the discipline committees are doing, what we'd like to do, and the initiatives we have as an executive committee, and can push things forward. I thought it was really great how a simple conversation with Nancy from Universal Paddling turned into some quick action by the ACA office and Kelsey specifically in terms of getting that widget installed on the website. It makes a big. It was something that we were able to do within, I think it was a week to a week and a half of the request, and it will make a big difference for people. So thanks for Universal Paddling for bringing that forward for sure. So I want to turn it over to Kelsey to bring us a report from SEI department.
We have a couple questions first.
Oh, okay.
So this is really just more of a comment. I love coming to this meeting to hear about what all the different committees are doing, and I can't help but think, okay, wait, we've got this going on the instructional side, and then we've got this going on the competition side. And I would love to I think the board and the staff we're figuring out, we really want to figure out more ways for us to have the competition, the education side complement each other, if you will. And, just something like John, we have a new woman who's managing our para canoe program, and she's going to the Move United conference I don't know if it's in Denver or where it is. And I just wonder if there's anything that she will learn there that could help you, or that that could help her. So maybe get y'all together. And then Rachel, you and I have talked before about SUP, what's going on in the competition group. That's a very enthusiastic group on the competition side. If there's some time that you would want to have a conversation with the leader of the competition committee, just to talk about, any possible synergies there. And then pack rafting, I was on a call with Outdoor Alliance, which is the organization that we help found that does public policy work. And the American Pack Rafting Association leaders were on that call, and they're exploring whether it would be possible for them to join Outdoor Alliance as a member org. And I'm sitting there thinking, if they were an affiliate of the ACA, they would have access to Outdoor Alliance and wouldn't have to join as a separate organization. And maybe there's something there. So anyway, it just gets me thinking about all these different synergies that we can maybe find, and just wanted to kind of quickly share that.
Thanks, Beth. Tom.
And Ryan, if I could, because I was looking at the agenda and I don't see a natural place to interject. But if I could do this before lunch, I just wanted to pass
Absolutely.
I just wanted to pass one thing. I'll drop it in the chat, the link. But back on January 6th, the life jacket approval harmonization final rule went into effect. The biggest part of that for you is that level 50 devices will be approved for wear to meet carriage requirements. And the Coast Guard will start enforcing that in June of this year. It's probably going to be a couple of years before there's an actual real device on the US market that we know of. But that just means lesser buoyancy more like a comp fest, what would be considered a comp fest today. And I know for this community, that means you'll have, buoyancy, but you won't have as much buoyancy as the Coast Guard used to force you to have, which is also something that is vital, that you become entangled and trapped. And that because of, all the life jackets on the market today, depending on the flow of the water, you're not becoming untangled and trapped. So this lesser device will be easier, hopefully more comfortable, not as much buoyancy. And it also will, provide just enough to get you to the surface, but not enough that you can't get to the surface, if that makes sense, right? So if you start socializing that with everybody, right now there isn't a device on the U.S. market, but at some point they will be available for sale, and hopefully that'll I mean, this community is great, right? I mean, if you look at any photo, very few people don't kit up, right? Everybody's wearing helmets, everybody's wearing life jackets for the most part, except for the tourist paddlers. But this will be another tool in your choice to choose for your life jacket needs. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Suze, it looks your hand's up.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something that's connected to what Beth said, and I apologize because John, you're really in front of me. The competition council, the Risa Shimoda, you guys probably know her. She actually mentioned that there's a rafting group that has reached back out on the competition side to the competition council, and they're looking to be more integrated in the competition council with the ACA. And so the rafting committee and the pack rafting people, I know pack rafting's a little different, but you guys might want to connect with this new rafting discipline committee that's coming back into the fold, so to speak. So I just wanted to mention that when Beth was mentioning about connections. So that was all.
Yeah, Alicia.
Yeah, Suze, can you please direct them to me? Or can you tell me the name, or I'm happy to connect with them.
Actually, I was thinking, because I don't really know all of you, apologize for that. But I was thinking maybe Kelsey can just give me your contact info after the meeting, and I will connect you to Risa and the rafting people. Okay.
Okay, and I will reach out to Risa as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Kelsey, I think you're on.
You have 2 more questions.
Oh, we do. Shoot. Who's up? Can't see hands up.
I'm one
Wayne.
of those.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm one of those. What was the name of the person that's going to be attending the Move United conference?
Caitlin McElroy.
I'm a member of the Outdoor Access Group, part of that Move United, but unfortunately it's focused on trail access, not water access. So I want to lobby her to put in a word for getting water access on the agenda.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Sure. We'll between Kelsey and I, we'll make sure we get you all connected.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up to that as well, and Beth, to your comment, which is fantastic to have the opportunity to connect. I know a lot of us have worked with Move United, either from organizations we're working with that are funded through Move United for either adaptive paddling or advanced communication workshops. I had their executive director at APW a number of years ago. And there's definitely a good connection to John with the International Canoe Federation. I presented the adaptive paddling program at their world conference a number of years ago, and it's fantastic to be able to connect and see what other countries are doing in and around the same curriculum with places like Japan and Sweden, and how they're approaching universal paddling. So love to connect with Caitlin and see how we can bring each other into the fold.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, John. We'll be sure to make that happen. Yeah, just as an aside, the ICF has asked us if we want to have an international conference on paracanoeing, including certifying classifiers, which are the people that figure out the extent of the person's disability and place them into different levels in competition. But anyway, that's a whole nother topic. But
Sounds great.
yep. Thank y'all. Sorry, Kelsey, to cut into your.
Beth, I would much rather hear you speak than hear myself speak, so no big deal at all. I would like to invite everyone for 5 seconds to stand up if you are in a place where you can stand up, turn a 360, and then sit back down. Okay, thank you. I could tell that I'm getting stiff just sitting here, and so I figured everybody else was as well. Please go. Thank you. Hey, thank you everybody for your continued attention at this call. Can you see my screen? Sometimes the Zoom admin bar gets in the way. I've got a very, very brief report for you today. I'm going to try to be brief. Some of the things I've got have already been covered, so we can breeze through that stuff. I just wanted to say, hey, what's been new here in the SEI department? And we, myself, Tara, who's on this call, and Casey and Mackenzie and Michelle and Crystal, everybody in the office, plays a role in the success of the SEI department. And we've been delivering great customer service, certainly through the winter time when people need to activate their certifications, upload their first aid and CPR, their certification expired or it didn't, and they want to know why. We've also been ramping up outreach campaigns and different materials, reminding instructors, hey, you have to pay your SEIC dues. Hey, this is how you use the CMS. Freshening up different website pieces. We've also, a huge thanks to our communications manager, Casey, who has made an impact report about ACA's activities in the past year. It was emailed out with the monthly newsletter a few days ago, so please take a moment to check that out because it is really comprehensive and thorough, and I think you'll be impressed. We've continued to administer both the current Coast Guard grant that we have, that we're so grateful for, and the LL Bean grant that some of y'all may be familiar with. As of this morning, we have 27 applicants for that grant, which is pretty exciting. We've assisted in administrating some different events all over ACA, not just SEIC related, but we're still really excited to see people register for events and communicate their participation. Again, as we've already talked about, we're here trying to facilitate the launch of the leadership pathway and some additional educational resources all the way around. Here's a really brief recap of the end of last year. So this was up until December 31st of 2024. And I've also presented some previous year's numbers for you to compare and contrast. There's a couple of asterisks here in 2021. Those numbers are a little larger because we gave automatic extensions at the end of 2020 in the name of COVID. So our instructor numbers have dropped a wee bit, but then are starting to make a climb back up. ITs and Es, these are individual people, not the number of certifications. So there are more and more ITs who are crossing into other disciplines. And so the number of, let's say, IT certifications active is certainly more than the number you have here. And then the number of new instructors and ITs and Es that have been added each year. You can see COVID was quite small, made a huge jump in the years after, and it's still continuing to climb in 2024. I want to say a huge congrats to the new ITs and Es that have gained a credential in 2025 so far. Ashley Brown, Jordan Taylor, Nick White, Jake Fitzroy, and Wei Wei Gao. We've also had 65 new instructors certified so far this calendar year. And in the past 1 year, we've had 44 IT candidates demonstrate their intent to pursue the IT path in the coming year or two. As Beth talked about, these are just a really brief overview of some of our objectives. These are not in any particular order, But yeah, Sport 80 is a big deal, of course, with the end goal of membership growth and expansion, leadership pathway, which hopefully again will lead to membership growth. Continuing to refresh the website and enhance the resources that we provide, not only for the public, but for our instructors as well, and continuing to administer these grants and events with the utmost care. I wanted to do a really, really brief highlight of a recent project that is called Smart Start for Safe Paddling, which, as you may notice, is got the same characters that are from our free online course that the Coast Guard has so graciously funded in the past few years. We've turned the content of that into a book and an activity workbook. And so the really cool thing about these resources is that they were developed certainly to be in line with all of our educational standards, but also address all of the needs of both the ANSI and the NASBLA standards for entry-level boating. And so you will find those standards outlined in this book and referenced in the text so that you can see where each of those topics is addressed and read more about them. We also have developed a presentation collection of slides, an instructor guide on how to deliver some of this, made some infographics and fun things to share. And so this is just a really cool thing that we're going to roll out here soon. But again, this is sub L1 content, but I want everybody to know that many of you here and other former members of SEIC and other national groups have made significant contributions to this being possible. But I also would like to particularly single out Robin Pope, who I believe is still here on the call, for his amazing amount of time and expertise, 6 months worth of work. So thank you so very much. I'm really excited to show this to y'all a little bit later. And we'll be bringing copies of these around to all of our in-person events, or you can purchase a copy off of our gear store. So this is really exciting. And as Beth said, we're really excited to welcome some of these events and really cool things coming up soon. So keep your eyes peeled on the website and the newsletter for more information about our upcoming events, about the summer solstice this year, about some development of a coaching program in our competition side of the house. And we're just constantly refreshing our outreach and swag store just for more cool things at really affordable prices. And I just want to say, hey, let's all celebrate. I'm really pulling for us to have a giant birthday cake at this annual event. And yeah, or maybe like a different raffle or an auction where you can pay a couple bucks to have an ACA staff or board member pied in the face. So that's my idea of that. But anyway, I'm just really excited for this monumental year. If you have any questions, I will have a pie in the face if that's what you're asking otherwise, but if there's something else I could answer for you, I'd be delighted to do that. Your silence is very reassuring. Okay.
All right. Let's see if I can.
And if you want to, yes, Ryan, if you want to review that presentation, it's linked in the agenda. So if you want to go back and review that at any point, you can go see it. Thank you so much.
Great. Let's see here. Can everyone see the screen, my screen? Yeah. Okay. Great. So one of the big projects that you've heard of throughout this meeting so far is just all the work that's going on with the leadership pathway rollout. And so just very high level, where are we at with the rollout? So the pathway and the whole program was approved by the board in mid-January. So that rolled that pushed our timeline from sort of a mid-March launch to a mid-April launch. And that's the we're on track for that. education tab on the ACA website is going through sort of a reorganization, and the goal is it's just more accessible and appealing presentation of what we all are doing. So the different disciplines are represented well, that it will be very appealing for people who are just coming to the ACA website and don't know where to start, whatever level they're at, whatever motivation they're coming in with and going to that site, they can find the type of program where they can plug in, whether they're just wanting to start to paddle, whether they're looking to be an instructor or some sort of leadership certification. So that work is going on now. I know the staff is working hard on that. As Beth said, Kelsey has been working on CMS integration so that we have, hopefully, we have a smooth transition into registering and reporting trips, multi-day trips, and the leadership courses that the trainers and educators will be delivering. So we'd like it to be a very similar experience to what you have as ITs and ITEs and instructors through CMS. That's the goal. It's a big project, so that work is in progress, and hopefully we are just gonna be able to go right off the bat with it. But if not, we'll figure out a way to get courses reported and registered and reported. That's for sure. The first phase of that rollout plan was having our existing ITs and ITEs that are interested in becoming part of, and taking part of this new leadership pathway to be oriented to the new program as well as the curriculum through trainer orientation sessions. And these are planned to be 2 to 2.5 hour sessions. There's going to be four of them that are held in April. And so those dates are up on the screen. Again, there's no test at the end of it. There's no reprogramming planned. It's simply just an orientation of the new program so that there's a good familiarity with what the new leadership certifications are, and the resources that we've spent a lot of time and effort and money in developing in the curriculum. So if you are an IT or an ITE, taking part in that orientation will, let you basically, get that new certification of an LT or LTE. Okay. And, the next fit for ITEs who do participate and they become LTEs, they'll be able to deliver this orientation so that people who aren't able to make the April sessions, they can connect with an LTE who did participate in the session, and they can go through an orientation. What we want to do is we just want to get good saturation with our existing ITs and ITEs so that we're able to, hit the ground running here in 2025 with those trainer orientation programs. So the communication's got to be sent out. And so we're working on that communication to be sent out to existing ITs and ITEs. It will have a registration form which they can sign up for the orientation sessions, and it also kind of helps guide ITs and ITEs into, okay, well, what level that I am now corresponds to this specific leader trainer education certification, which is slightly different. So I'm going to get that communication out to our ITs and ITEs next week, hopefully get some registrations. The goal is to get the resources in people's hands before the orientation. So it's just a lot of work to get from here to there. One of the other things that we're working on right now is the mechanism by which we distribute the course resources. So we have the trainer workbooks, we have the candidate workbooks. How are those how are those received by the trainer who's putting on the program and then the candidates? So a lot of work went into that resource, and we want to make sure that it's both easy and sort of represents a professional product. So one of the things that we'll need to do, and I don't know if we'll have time to discuss it during this meeting, or we'll have to push it to Slack and a discussion there outside of meeting. But part of the rollout plan is once you become a leader, trainer, or educator, we do have the Wilderness Remote backcountry certification for guides and guide trainer educators. And so while what we came up with in terms of the rollout plan is that all ITs and ITEs doing day trips and planning trips and that sort of thing is well within everybody's experience, but that in terms of the backcountry, more remote wilderness type programming, people might not even want to be involved with that, or they just that's not been part of their experience. So there is an application to move on to the guide trainer educator. It's based really on experience, the experience that you've had leading groups and training other people who have led that type of experience. So what we'll need to do is form a small sort of review team that can look at those applications and get people set up for that additional track. So I'm going to go ahead and I would assume there'll be some questions, but we'll go ahead and pause and take some questions on it. Yeah, Mike. You're muted, Mike.
The dates on the meetings, the 13, 16, 19, and 23, will the content be the same in each meeting, or is there a benefit to using them sequentially? I mean, I'm super interested. Should I come 13, 16, 19, and 23?
You're welcome to. You're not required to. We want to have these be like 20 ITs or less in each session. So it will just kind of depend on how registration goes. On the registration form, you'll be able to mark the sessions that you can attend.
As wanting to be an E, then I want to be as well versed. I think I would need more than one dose of salt. So that's why I'd want to come multiple times and feel better about it, if possible.
Great. Let me see. Kelsey tells me to stop sharing my screen, so I'll see if I can.
Sorry, you can have it back. You just stopped sharing and we could see your personal messages.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Am I still sharing, Kelsey?
You are not. Try again.
Okay, great. I'll just leave it off then. See what questions we have. Yeah, Patrick, thanks for your interest in being part of the review team, for sure. We'll need, people that have had that background. Any other questions? Great. Okay. John, did you have something from the rack?
Yeah, I've got a couple quick updates here from the Regional Activity Council. Recently, 38 new state directors have been onboarded. So they're primed and ready to support any state, local events SEIC events, anything that's going on that they can get out in the state, please do so. Reach out to those groups. I'll post a link here in the chat for contact information. I was definitely impressed with the onboarding. It was very engaging. They had multiple modules and modalities and delivery. And from somebody who does a lot in higher education, this was dialed in really well to get this group engaged. And having been involved with the RAC for a couple of years now, this group is excited to connect and really be involved. So if there are things going on that you can help drive to connect them to, whether that's individual programs, the CIC events, the events in October, please utilize that resource. And in the past, I think we've had, and I think there will always be some times when somebody's not engaged or they're not getting back in enough time. But with the structure of the RAC, if you can't get with the state director, you're not hearing from them. There's regional chairs. So please reach out to that group as well. And if you're not hearing from them, reach out to me and I'll be happy to reroute the connection and communication back to SC or back to RAC exec to make sure things are happening and we can make those connections. But I will say that this group is very engaged and very connected. So please reach out and do that. And I look forward to seeing how this connection can grow and how those relationships can grow from there too as well. So great resource. And I'll drop the access and link information here in the chat. That is it.
Great. Thank you, John. One of the things that we've been discussing over really the last week and a half as we prepared for this meeting was the instruction committee. And so we'll have a discussion that kind of pertains to the instruction committee and some work that it would typically be responsible for. There's no report. The instruction committee has not been active, but that committee and its structure is outlined in the policy manual. But it might be something that no action items now, but it might be something that we need to get that committee active again. So that might, if you want to take a look at that as we go into the next few months, I know that there's a lot of demands on discipline committee chairs. I know through the change last year for IPC, we were able to have somebody that the chair designated to be part of IPC, so it didn't necessarily have to be the chair. If we look at the instruction committee, I think it's like four board members, and then you can have designees as well. So it's something that kind of follows that same structure. So something to think about. We have the bandwidth, to participate in the instruction committee. So, very good. So I think we're close to being on time. We're running a few 5 minutes over here. So we'll go ahead and break right now till 11:45, and we'll see you then. Great. So we're going to move on to our motions. Just a few reminders about the motions that, one, they've been posted for at least 5 days on Slack. And so, the practice that we established a few years ago was to post them on Slack so that we could manage our discussion and get through all the motions. That was the problem that we had a few years ago with this committee. So again, as we head into these, we'll have about 5 minutes for the maker of the motion to present. And then any questions or comments, we're going to limit it to 2 minutes for responses. Okay. Make sure you have your voting spreadsheet pulled up. There's a link to it in the meeting agenda. And as a reminder, if you can vote yay, nay, or abstain, and so, or choose not to vote. But abstentions do not count towards the total, and it's the majority of the votes that will, so yay and nay, that would be counted towards the total of whether a motion passes. So let's go ahead and get into the first one, which is by myself. This is for the renaming of the skills assessment course outcome. This is a positive outcome. So I've had conversations with many people on this this call about the topic. Sort of the background of this motion is that when somebody takes a skills assessment course, if they have a successful result, the name of the thing that they get is a skills assessment. And so, so from a marketing perspective and kind of just what makes sense, we kind of threw out there, should we change the name? And we were able to get some discussion going on Slack in terms of what it should be or what it could be. And there were largely three sort of things that people favored through that conversation. And so the vote today, the motion, I'm having a little bit of trouble seeing that. Let me see here. The motion today is, one, here it is. Sorry, my screen's moving. Update the name of the award received when passing a skills assessment course to a new name voted for by the SEIC board. The board will vote on the following names that have been submitted by discipline committees. And so that is a skills proficiency award. An example of that would be a level 3 kayak skills proficiency award. Somebody passed that skills assessment. A skills award. And so an example would be a level 4 coastal kayak skills award, or a proficiency award. So this just takes the word skills out of the last or out of the title. So a L2 pack crafting proficiency award. So we will have a poll here during this once we get past the discussion period, and we can vote on that right here through the poll in the chat. I believe it will be. Kelsey has set that up, but that's the motion, and so I'll go ahead and open it up for discussion. Yeah, Alicia.
I want to say that I fully recognize that I have been out of the country a lot, and my schedule is insane, and also that I have had technical difficulties with Slack for years that even Robin was not able to help me figure out. So I fully, recognize that, but also I did not understand that we were voting on a name for this. Like, the last I understood was that we were to check with our committees and give feedback from our committees, not that we were picking names and that there was going to be a vote on a name today. I feel like this is a really important thing. I feel like yes, changing it could be highly beneficial. This is something that Swiftwater Committee has been talking about for a long time. This feels like a real gun jump to me, and I feel like it needs to be a bigger, deeper discussion. And again, and I'm not sure where the award name came from and why our only choices are award. Certainly, and and also I was very confused about that a thing can't be the name of the thing, because, and I know your example was, we don't call what you get from an ICE an ICE. Well, that's because ICE is an acronym for instructor certification exam. What you get from an ICE is an instructor certification. And so it is actually the same thing. You get an instructor certification from an instructor certification exam. And again, like I feel like this is the kind of thing that like this really kind of blindsided me, and I'm really uncomfortable with it because again, this is like a thing that some of the other committees have been discussing very deeply for a long time. And I feel like it can be a huge benefit going forward as long as everybody is on the same page with it and we approach it in the right way.
Are there any other comments? I can respond to that, but I just wanted to see if there's any other comments. Yeah, John.
Yeah, are we voting to change the name? And are we also then voting on what the name will be?
Yes.
Okay.
Both.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe in the poll we have the 3 names and then not to change. So there's an option to, basically not change the name. You could use that if you feel uncomfortable with the pace that it's moved at. So that's an option there. Yeah. We'll see. I see your hand, Alicia. I wanted to see if there's any other hands that are up. If not, okay, Alicia, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I kind of like what John Browning was asking. Like, I was really under the impression that we were voting whether or not to change it, not that then we would also be voting on the name itself, but whether or not to change it.
Okay. Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah, during some of the discussions on Slack, it kind of alluded to the idea of a sticker or what that award would be. And I didn't know if more of that discussion needed to be had before people voted, or if we considered that more of a side item.
Yeah. I know we would, as was posted in the motion, there were some, as attachments, there was the existing certification or certificate, I should say, that people get. Was discussed whether that was mailed out or sent digitally. It is digitally. And so, and there was a suggestion of a sticker and that it could be crowdsourced in terms of like the design, but I think that could be something that happens afterwards. I don't know that a stickers, yeah, the sticker's not part of the motion, but I think it's a great idea. Mike, yep, the name choices are the names that were in Slack and that were discussed, and those are up on the screen.
Mike being dumb, not reading that they're already there. Skills Proficiency Award, Proficiency Award. I vote Skills Award. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, Rachel.
Just gonna throw one other thing out too. That I appreciated that when maybe a different perspective from Alicia, that Ryan, when he did this one, he did put it up early into the system and he did reach out to each of the committees so that we could have a discussion around it. So I actually felt that this one in particular was one that my committee had more information about to be able to discuss, and that he did get ahead of it. I know sometimes our motions come on last minute and then we are reacting. But I just wanted to throw that I did appreciate that. I felt there could be more there. If people felt like we needed more discussions, I think this is the time we can have them as part of it. But I just wanted to say thank you for putting it out there and trying to move things ahead as part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I say, I was definitely, I fully confess that I have been out of the country and out of touch. And from the initial post to when it changed to these are the names, that was when I wasn't able to be on Slack. So that was, and that's my schedule. It is what it is.
Yeah. Does anyone have any other comments or questions here? We're about 10 minutes into this discussion. but I want to give room for that for sure. Okay. Yeah, Alicia.
I was wondering, is there any way to be able to vote to change the name without picking a name today? Like, is that the kind of thing that would be possible? Because like, I don't want to vote to not change it, but I also like,
Sure.
I feel like, again, we need to have a more robust way to pick it.
Okay. You could suggest that as a friendly amendment, I believe, and we could add that to the poll.
Okay.
Kelsey, is that possible to add it to the poll?
I am not sure. Let me check.
Okay. Robin, go
Yes.
ahead.
Alicia and I are on the same page. This is not something that was discussed in the Swiftwater Rescue Committee, and I would be really comfortable voting whether or not to change the name. I'm not as comfortable selecting a name today.
Okay. So are you gonna go, can one of you make a friendly amendment? I would accept that, but it needs to be made.
I make a friendly amendment to add changing the name without selecting the name today.
Okay. Yeah, I accept that amendment. Friendly amendment. Yeah, John.
Is this something that needs board approval?
Well, it is our
Yes.
it is our most popular offering. So yes. Yes, it would need. Yeah, it's our most popular course offering. So I say so.
All of your motions come to the board really to be
Mhm.
ratified as and approved.
I was just curious, we're rapidly approaching the season. It would be nice to have this accomplished before we, get what I say deep into the water.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice to have this accomplished as the website is, being updated. Not to say it couldn't be updated at a later time, with the rollout of the leader pathway. So yeah, those are sort of some timeline issues. Yeah, Robin, and we'll go ahead and take one more after Robin, and then we'll try to get that poll up here. Yeah, Robin.
It says that the original motion said that the board was going to make the decision today. Can we just postpone that decision for a couple weeks? Let us reach back out to our committees and do that as an electronic poll. I mean, we did something similar at the last meeting.
Yeah, we can do that so that it's not pushed to June for sure. Yeah, good suggestion. So if I could summarize the friendly amendment, it would be to not vote on the name today, but to vote on the name change, and that we would do a Slack vote for the name. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that would give all the committees a chance to have a little more discussion and make sure we've reflected on everything.
Okay. Great.
Also, just to be clear, I believe that the vote does not happen through Slack, but through like a thing that Kelsey emails.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Kelsey, are we ready to open the poll?
Well, I'm thinking that the poll is not necessary. I cannot update it. This meeting has begun, so I can't add the additional item. Apologies, but if you propose the motion itself, we have to approve the motion before we were to go to the names anyway. And if everyone here accepts the friendly amendment of not selecting the name, the poll is not necessary right now. We can still do the poll if you just want to test the water and see what people are feeling. That's fine, but that the poll doesn't determine the outcome of the vote on this motion collectively.
Mm-hmm.
So my suggestion would be voting members here, if you would please open up the voting spreadsheet. It's in the chat. It's also on the meeting agenda up at the top in the resource box. Please go into that spreadsheet and enter your vote. This is motion 1, column E. Ryan, I just realized we forgot to approve the previous meeting minutes. We'll take a moment to do that here in a second. But yes, please enter your vote for the motion as amended, which means we are choosing to change or not change the name of this award outcome, but we will determine the exact title TBD.
Okay. Yep. Thank you for that clarification. So this is to change the name, but to vote, have a separate poll after this meeting.
Correct.
Great.
And Ryan, you are the only vote remaining.
Okay. Great.
Thank y'all. Excuse me. Keeping notes. So yes, we have all 20 out of 20. So we have 100% in agreement. This motion passes as amended.
Great. Thank you, everyone. We'll look forward to following up after this meeting with the further discussion and a vote. Okay. Alicia, I believe the floor is yours.
Great. So the rafting committee, as I mentioned earlier, when we first brought the raft guide certification to the SEIC for the spring meeting 2 years ago, it was approved on a conditional basis that it would be out in the world for 2 years, and then we would bring it back and review it. It went out into the world for 2 years, and there are official ACA raft guides working in the rafting industry right now. And we also, having run the test myself a few times, the exam, and a couple of our other committee members also having run the exam, and bringing in feedback from instructors that have the exam endorsement, we realized that it could indeed be improved. The biggest change is that we created an assessor's guide to go along with it, also inspired by the Coastal Committee and their assessor's guide for their just assessment. So we created the assessor's guide to go along with the rubric. The other big thing that changed was that we kind of changed the grading scale so that there are some skills that are weighed more heavily than others. We call them critical skills. They are all marked with an asterisk. If you read through, I don't have it up on my screen. I don't know if maybe somebody wants to share it, if folks would like to look at it. But basically, it's like the grading rubric is just more stringent and gives kind of tighter guidelines for being able to assess the skills in the exam in an efficient way. And those are kind of the big changes.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody has any questions or if we want to pull it up to look at it. I apologize. I'm not able to share I don't know. Do we want to pull it up, John Browning?
Yeah, I two comments. There were a couple of places you used the word should. I would encourage you to take a look at whether you mean those are optional, which should be done, or if those are, will be done, must be done.
Totally. Yeah, if we can pull that up and look at that, I would love to look at where those are and might be able to give insight as to whether it was intentional to be a little bit subjective there or not.
Yeah, one was on page 3.
Of the grading rubric or of
pre-trip preparation.
Mm-hmm.
And you use the word should under, that category. And it seemed to me that that's something that I would want.
Okay, can you read the sentence to me? I apologize.
Well, I don't, like you, I don't have it up on I just made notes on it. So
Kelsey's working on it. She's getting there. Yay. Okay. The following should be demonstrated consistently. Yeah, we can totally change that to shall. That might have just been an oversight. It's, you know, it's so easy to get lost in the weeds and not be able to see the forest for the trees. That could totally be a shall.
Yeah.
The following shall be demonstrated consistently according to should be needs to be demonstrated. We can that's an easy edit. We can
Yeah,
totally,
that, I just want to make sure that it's not optional. And
totally.
the other place was in the examiner's guide under background.
Okay.
There was a should use there.
Okay.
John, which page? Sorry, that's a beefy document right there.
It was under the
That's
background.
page
I think it
2
was,
on the examiner's guide. It's background, top of page 2.
okay. Yeah, there you go. The examiner should reference.
Okay. Yeah. And that maybe that one was a little more intentional with these subject. Well, so actually, I guess that would be a question for some of the coastal folks. For your so I'll be honest, like having this examiner's guide is a brand new thing for our discipline. We don't have anything like this. And obviously, like I've never used a thing like this before. Is it mandatory for coastal instructors to use the assessor's guide when doing a coastal assessment? Or is it just like an optional document to help with assessing?
No, it's a tool for them to use. We expect them to be using it.
So it's mandatory. Okay. Yeah, we can find more solid wording for that. That's fine by me. And again, I think we were thinking like, oh, this is a helpful thing you can use.
Yeah. Then just one more comment. There were some, I always keep in mind that we're an international organization.
Yep.
So these documents get translated to other languages.
Mhm.
So when we use, for example, the ampersand instead of and, that might create some translation issues.
Yes.
The same with abbreviations that are common to us, but may not be common to a translator.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm usually pretty on top of the ampersands and the abbreviations, and obviously there are some that have slipped by me. I'm actually, if this passes, I'm going to be using this document in Chile next week. So, yeah, I'm pretty conscientious about that as well. Thank you. I will definitely be happy to go through and clean up ampersands and abbreviations.
I just had a conversation with someone in Chile this last week about the documentation and everything. So in coastal kayaking.
Nice. Any other questions?
So those changes that John is making can would we say that those could be housekeeping changes, Kelsey?
I would say changing a should to a must is more than a housekeeping change.
Can we make a friendly amendment?
Yes, you most certainly can.
John, would you like to make the friendly
Yeah,
amendment?
I make a friendly amendment that in the two places where the should is used, that it be
Shall? Or something similar?
Yeah.
I think there was a suggestion for must be in the chat, so either one of those are convey similar things.
Okay. Yeah, so change it from subjective to objective, from essentially from shall to should.
Yeah.
In whatever language
No.
fits best in the sentence.
Other way around.
Yeah.
All the way, should to must. Or should to shall.
I'm telling you guys, I've hardly slept in the last 2 days.
Lance, you have your hand up.
So I agree. It's confusing. There are two different definitions, uses of should versus shall legally, and then English language and its tense and some other stuff. So if we're going to say somebody must do something, then they must do it. If they're required to do something, then they're required to do it. And we just take out should and shall because we have to make sure if we're going to use those that people are using the same shall or should interpretation and definition. And rather than do that, must or required, if we're saying it must be done, then it must be done. That's all I got.
Okay.
So the friendly amendment would be to change those two shoulds to must, correct? Must be.
Real quick, can we pull them up just to make sure that that language actually makes sense in the sentence before deciding that? Well, like I'm totally down with changing it from the essence of could to the essence of must, but before we pick exactly, or can we just like do the essence? Because I want to make sure that it just like it actually works in the sentence instead of voting on a word that then might sound weird in the sentence, if that makes sense. So the examiner must reference this document. Okay, that sounds right. That works. Oh, hold on. Alan has a question.
Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of the translation issue as well. I think that John brought up. So for that same example, in that background paragraph, you might want to consider this document is to be referenced before enduring. Maybe switch it from saying what the instructor is doing to flipping it to how the document is used,
Oh, I like that.
if that makes sense.
Is everybody good with that? I kind of like that.
Yeah, let's take, if we got one more question. Stacy, it looks like
Yeah.
you're raising your physical hand.
I am. I'm a professional interpreter, and the is to be tense is really tricky in some languages. So is to be, it's that whole like passive doesn't work in a lot of languages, and so I'm wondering, a more direct is always more common language, and is usually always is not always, there's never ever always and always never, whatever. But usually in a lot of languages, that passive is really hard. The is to be. So a more direct is better.
So what would you suggest?
The evaluator must use blah, blah, blah document or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Just changing the should to must.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then can we look at it on the rubric as well, the
Yeah.
exam itself, to make sure that that word works there too? The following must be demonstrated consistently according to the level of certification. Yeah, that sounds like that works there too. Cool.
Almost works better there.
Yeah. Great. I'm totally golden with that. Changing the two instances of should to must.
Great.
Well,
Let's Alicia, did you have anything else? I'm sorry to cut you
No.
off there.
I was
Okay.
just going to ask if anybody else had anything else.
Okay. Let's wrap up discussion period, and we're voting on this motion with the friendly amendments that have been accepted. That is going to be changed to must be, and removal of ampersands. But actually, that's just housekeeping. So it's the friendly amendment is on the must be.
Cool.
This is motion 3, everybody, in column F of the voting sheet. Right, we got it. Two.
Yay.
Okay, thank you, everybody. This motion has passed unanimously as amended. I've got good notes of all that, so I'll make sure that that happens.
Great.
And then
Congratulations.
Kelsey, thank you.
Yeah.
Kelsey, real quick, just for I think my next steps is that you do I need to make those changes and then send you the new documents, or is that something that you do? I forget.
I would prefer if you do it to make sure that I don't misinterpret anything of yours, but let's meet and work on it together if you'd like.
Okay, that sounds that sounds best. Yay. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Great. All right. Thanks. Thanks and congratulations to the rafting committee. Anne, I believe you're up.
Hey team, Kelsey, can I share my screen? I'm just going to put the document up here. I don't know if it's helpful, but we might as well throw it up. And just similar to navigating some of the nuances, I'm calling it the SAG. It's our skills assessment guide. And we don't have to use the acronym, but it kind of got funny using the acronym. Did we share it, Kelsey? Am I on?
Yes, you're ready to go.
Okay, let me see. Get it on there. Thank you. Oh, what do you know? Give me a moment. I thought I had her pulled up, but we're in a whole nother place. She comes. Y'all still see me or I just disappear?
We got your screen.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. There she is. Do you see this?
Yes, you're good.
Oh, is there stuff in the way or does it look pretty clear?
Nope, looks good.
Okay, awesome. You know, we felt like, again, similar to kudos to CKC and, you know, Alicia and anybody who's willing to build these, I would guess call it a rubric or a process where we can all look at and try to get a way to align the way we all assess and or how our students assess themselves. We wanted to build this as a tool so that the team the folks doing skills assessments would refer to this. And similar to a lot of them, there's an intro, you know, trying to set up some sort of framework. And then again, the folks, as you've probably, if you've looked at this, gone through, there's different parts, whether it's technical, and then again, there's a system, and then there's meets and below, where we were trying to make the language, and it's interesting to hear it talked about again in this format, making it simple and objective. And Trey Moore did a lot of work with this, and he's pretty good at weeding down words. So we felt like we were able to get this pretty worded down. The idea with this is, again, is you can utilize it to assess your team with the skills assessment. And if you were to ICW, you could also utilize it in that area. And again, we worked from L2 to L5. You know, it gets more interesting when you get, you know, down to the skills area. And it's not going to lay out like this. Sorry. It'll lay out a little differently, I imagine, when Kelsey, if it gets amended or passed, it would look a little different. But when you got down into these areas, you know, it got more defined in the differences of L2 to L5. In any case, you know, again, this was an opportunity for people to have, you know, objective ways of looking at the paddler and what they're doing, and again, different ways that the paddler should be able to effectively, you know, perform this skill. In any case, been working on this for about a year, and I think our thought was, I'd be curious, John Browning, how, or for that matter, Ryan, how you make this required. You know, again, this is a tool. I don't know how you make it mandatory if there's no way to see how they've utilized it and that they have utilized it. So in any case, that was kind of an interesting thought when John Browning said it was required. But anyway, we see it as more of a tool. And for that matter, we see that, again, it's not a finished product. It is open to changes along the way to be more effective and amended for that matter. Yeah, so we were, that was the thought for River Kayaking Committee. And yeah, this is what we're hoping to get passed through this process with the SEIC. And that's what I got. Open to questions. Mike Aronoff. Oh, sorry, Ryan.
Okay. Thanks, Dan. I
Sure.
commend you guys and I appreciate all the work that's been done on putting this together. And if I'm asked to vote right now, I vote yes. you talked about the possibility for amending or reviewing, and I only have a couple of really small points in that they're L2 and L3 specific to rescue, specific to entrapments, and whatever the other one is, and it shows not applicable. And I say that I believe that you should review that, because written in the documents that exist, the terminology is strategies for kayak recovery. And a strategy for kayak recovery would include a boat that was pinned. And there also, I think you have kayak towing in there. And I think we ought to have a footnote that says kayak towing in rapids is not recommended. So that's all the way down at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm there. I think I got it. And
Yeah,
just and Mike, to your point, you know, we pulled these directly from the skills assessments, so these should be directly pulled from the documents.
See if there's not a wording like kayak recoveries in the assessment. And if there is, I think that's specific. That's very subjective as to what that might mean. But I always do include it. So the things that you have not applicable, which is managing entrapments and pinned kayak rescues, I have always covered those, and I think there ought to be a consideration if there hasn't been. I just bring it as my 2 cents worth. I'm voting yes on everything that you've done.
Yeah, no problem.
And if you want to just take it home and look at it or talk to me later, all that's fine.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Yep.
Brian, you have your hands up. I can't see any other hands, so.
Yeah. The question I had was in terms of the structure of this document and having level 2 through level 5 on the same
I have
sheet.
the kayak, and I wanted to ask you if should I do an activity for Erica and David this afternoon?
Okay. What I was asking was with level 2 through 5 on the same sheet. I see that, you know, it's great for rubric being able to compare, you know, L2 through L5, but our river kayak instructors, like if you're running a level 4 skills assessment, is, you know, is this tool meant to be used like, so I could, if somebody's paddling at more of a level 3 level, they could be, you know, given a level 3 skills assessment if they're not at level 4. I just wondered, like, in terms of a tool that we give for, you know, performing a skills assessment, you know, generally, if I'm running like a level 4 skills assessment in coastal kayak, you know, it's in a certain prescribed set of conditions for the course. So I'm not really looking at people at level 5 or level 3, you know. So I guess I'm just sort of wondering about the design and how you guys envision this being used, if my question is clear.
Yeah, and I don't know how long to answer it. And I think, again, sometimes I wish Trey was on the call more because we've talked through some of this. Again, as the assessor, when you're looking at each of the line items, you know, you'll have somebody there for a certain venue, you know, skills assessment at the level, the venue that they're looking for, or they want to be seen, you know, see where they're at for that matter. Through each of the line items, you might see them performing at different levels, you know, through each line item. So I think ideally you're looking, again, that they're performing at the level, and if they're below, you can let them know that. And if they're above, you can let them know that. But essentially, they should be performing at the level consistently that they're looking to get their skills, you know, that you see them being assessed at.
Right. So is there guidance given above? And I'm sorry if I
I
did
have to go
review
look.
this, but is there guidance given above as to like how many, if I'm going for a level 4 skills assessment, how many, like, can I have 2 skills that are at level 3 and still achieve, you know, get the skills assessment, or does it have to be everything is at L4? Is there guidance for your assessor?
That's a good question. I have to read. I mean, that's go ahead. That's a relevant concern. I have to read it again and
Because I mean, I think that might be okay. You know, there might be certain
Yeah.
skills that are required to be at that level,
Right.
and others that, you know, aren't quite at that level. But I would encourage you as I'm a yes on this document, but
Yeah.
as you develop it, you know, you might want to provide some clarity to the people that are using this tool.
Yeah, no, I hear you. That totally makes sense. And I think it's doable as far as the must, you know.
So
you know,
Ryan, you're suggesting something to the effect of like a asterisk required skill potentially?
Yeah, like, you know, similar to what Raf did with their, I think you called them a critical skill.
Yeah.
Like this has to be at level 4, you know.
Yeah.
So just something to think about as you develop this, because the effort that you went through and the product is great. It's just might be the next step.
Awesome, Ryan. Thanks for the feedback. I'm just writing it down right now on my phone. Thanks. And I'll let somebody else choose the hands up because I'm kind of.
Mine's up.
All right, I think we had Alicia and Mike, and then John and Stacy.
Yeah, so I was just going to help answer some of those questions. Not that I'm a kayaker, but that I am a whitewater river person. And that just to kind of help answer oftentimes you will get somebody who is convinced that they are a class 3 paddler and they want assessed at class 3. When you put them in a class 3 rapid, and then you find that, like, yes, they can get down class 3 rapids, but they might not necessarily be an L4 skill, you know, have as solid of an L4 skill set as they think they are. So I think that's why it's beneficial to have like the entire gamut of these skills so that you can, like assess, even if you're in an L4 venue, they might not necessarily be as much of an L4 paddler as they think they are. So I think it's beneficial to have that whole gamut of the skills. And also, Anne, I was going to say that, you know, rafting took a very deep dive into trying to figure out that grading rubric, especially after having had our guide exam out there in the world for a couple of years and running into challenges with grading the rubric on the exam. So if you want to take a look at what we did for those critical skills, I can't speak to how well it is going to function yet because we haven't used it yet. But like I say, we took a pretty deep dive into that, and I'll let you know. I'm going to be using it here a bunch this spring, so I can let you know how well it works after that.
Great.
Thanks, Alicia. And then just for a moment to the team, you know, ideally all of us have these rubrics, so it would be good to collaborate and have some consistency across. You don't have to be the same, but yeah, you all know what I'm saying.
So we'll take people who have their hands up right now, which is Mike, John, Stacy, and then Alan. But then we're running close on time, so let's take these 4 comments again. Keep them less than 2 minutes, and we'll proceed.
I would say somebody go. John, Mike, I'll save you for last. Stacy, go ahead.
Sure. I was going to say I've been doing timers and everybody has been under 2 minutes. Some people have gotten to 6 seconds, 5 seconds. I'm counting it down and then they stop. So it's been beautiful. I do like the rubrics, and I think it is really nice to be able to see how to level up. I think this would be good for instructors and people looking at evaluation, but also people who are just wondering where they're at. This is something really easy people could see and see where they're at. And I do think some directions beforehand would be really helpful, because even though people are going to be trained in this, how long have them since they took that training? How many people have they trained since? People just can easily forget, like, am I supposed to average these numbers, or how many of them can be 3? Like some of that, like a directions, and if these could be this, which is a bigger ask, but if these could be the same directions for, or very close to the same directions for every discipline, that would be really nice, so that if someone has the ability to evaluate more than one, they don't get confused, like, oh, this group averages and this group only allows 1, and this, you know, or this group has to have all 4. I don't know, but something to think about.
Thanks, Stacy. Alan?
Yeah, thanks. I think this looks awesome, and I'm looking forward to using it as a kayak instructor. I think my first question might have been, kind of hit a couple of times, so I'll just kind of reframe it. Is there wording in here that really links the the value, the assessment that's being logged on this sheet to the person's outcome? Or can it be a little bit more diffuse, or is that wording actually there? If you understand my question. So like how hard is that link between what's listed on this sheet and what's actually logged as the person's outcome? And then my other question would be, or not a question, but just a suggestion. It would be really awesome if this was also on just like a simple little spreadsheet that maybe had fewer words, but just the rubrics, so that you could have multiple copies of it there on a phone or something on the water and not have to deal with paper and all that kind of thing. So anyway, that's
No, thanks,
what
Alan.
I had, if you want to take that.
Yeah, there you are. I gotta find you again. The first question, I don't know if I interpreted it. Well, I'm gonna tell you how you're gonna hear it. We pulled all this information directly from the skills assessment as they exist now. So that's where we pulled the information. And then as to your, I need to clarify the last, I'm sorry, I'm not able to answer any more of the question because I'm not sure I understood it. I tried to catch it, but go, what else? I mean, ask the question one more time. That part, the second part or part of it.
Joe, just the second one?
No, the first question. Did I answer? Is that the answer to your first question? Or I think it was a little more in depth than that you wanted.
Well, like I said, I think it's been discussed, so I wasn't trying to go too deep with it. But just, I like the idea that it's really clearly defined in the wording at the top of the document how closely the assessment points on this sheet are linked to the student's outcome. Or is it just kind of a reference document, I guess?
So here I'm gonna break in here, and I'm guilty of this too. But if your comments are suggestions for improvement that are not gonna change the outcome of passing this motion, let's save those for afterwards and feedback, just because we've got a lot to attend to. And I said, I'm guilty of it too. I gave some suggestions for improvement, but they don't affect my outcome, the outcome of my vote. So,
fair enough. Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Mike, if
I was basically responding to your question about whether you could run a assessment course, for example, an L3, and have someone assess at L2. And there's a major difference in rivers versus the sea, in that typically if I'm going to run an L3, as long as the people aren't going to be at risk, I'll run everybody down a section of river, and it will almost always certainly have class 1, class 2, and class 3. Well, pick a number. They're a variation of rapids and a variation of venues. So I could well see a guy go through a section, let me do an assessment at L2 and an assessment at L3. And
Sure.
It wasn't good enough for 3, but I saw him in the 2 conditions. And so therefore I could give him a 2 award, an L2 award. That's all. I'm done.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, Kelsey, can we get the voting going on this one?
So everybody, this is motion 5 in the spreadsheet, column G. If you would take a moment to fill that out. And we need your vote, and David, if you're able to hear us.
It's so funny.
I'm here and I'm a yes. I've lost my spreadsheet, so I'm trying to.
No problem. I'll get it for you this time, and I'll resend you the link. No problem at all.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. We have 20 affirmative votes. This motion passes. Thank you. Pardon me.
Great.
Trying to keep minutes as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so this motion passes unanimously, and I would say, Anne, if you would like to reach out to anybody here to have further discussions about those improvements or clarifications you'd like to make, I'd be more than happy to help you make that.
Awesome.
yeah, or whatever, how much time you need to circle the wagons and come back, I'll be standing by to help you with it.
Awesome. And team, I'll reach out to y'all. Might be worth getting on a collaborative call.
Yeah. Congratulations, Ann. You guys did a lot of work.
Yeah, thanks for the support, y'all.
I think I skipped a step. I see most people have voted, but we do officially need to vote for passing the approving the meeting minutes from our what was that, December meeting? Is that correct, Kelsey?
We voted.
Yeah.
Yes, we just never put it in the meeting minutes that we reviewed it. It was supposed to come before motion 1. We just forgot. Again, the previous meeting minutes are published on the ACA's website in a draft form, and they should have been linked in here. They were not. That is perfectly my fault. So if you have not reviewed them, no hardship if you want to vote no, but it looks like, yeah, okay. Thank you so much, everybody. This one passes only with 1 abstention because probably someone didn't read them. That's totally okay. Thank you so much for that.
Okay. Kelsey, could you put the next motion up on the screen?
Yes, 1 moment, please. Okay, we're moving on to motion 6. Okay.
So this motion is from the SEIC Executive Committee. I placed the motion. Basically, in a nutshell, right now, the motion close date is 5 days prior to the SEIC meeting. This extends that timeline to be 10 days prior to the meeting. So for anything to go on, the old business motions that we're sure to discuss, it's bringing it out a little bit further. I think it's in line with our operating procedure of looking at these motions in Slack, trying to have as much discussion as possible, and making comments as kind of a courtesy to the motion maker so that they can make adjustments and have time to consider comments like we're making within the course of this meeting. So that is the motion change. Actually, sorry, let's see. I misspoke. It's to 15 days before the meeting. I misspoke as to 10. But that is the proposed language to adjust those motion close dates. So I'll take any comments or questions. Hey, Alicia.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm totally on board for this. I feel like that's how we've been trying to do it anyways. I've always assumed that 2 weeks prior was my deadline. I'm wondering if we want to do 14 days instead of 15, just to, because in my brain I always like 2 weeks. It's the 2-week deadline.
Yeah.
But it also makes sense to go in like 5-day increments. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's totally arbitrary.
I would accept that friendly motion or friendly amendment if it was made. Yeah.
I don't know if that would help people's brains or not.
Yeah, Stacy.
I do think that it's easier to remember 2 weeks before, because then it's like Saturday. Okay, 2 weeks before is that Saturday. So it is a little bit easier to count in your mind and think. I think either could work. I think the 2 weeks would be a little bit easier to remember.
Yeah. Okay.
I would move to make that friendly amendment, I guess, to make it 2 weeks as opposed to 15 days. 14, however we want to word that.
Yeah, I accept that friendly amendment. Okay, any other comments or questions? Kelsey, you want to open that up?
Yes, everybody, you know how this works. We are taking a look at motion number 6. This is column H in the voting spreadsheet. Thank you to everybody who is using this platform. I don't know about you, but I feel like it's a lot easier than everyone saying I and me having to count hands and whose voice is whose and all that.
Absolutely.
So this is much easier. Thank you. All right, we've got everybody. This motion passes 19 and with only 1 abstention. Thank you.
Okay, and then the next one, if we could get the next slide up there, this is just very similar. I think that right now our policy manual specifies, or operating procedures, I should say, specify that SEIC meeting agenda and notification is like 45 days ahead of time, and meeting agenda is supposed to be sent out by the secretary 30 days ahead of time. I don't think that's how we've been operating the last, so many years. So we make notification of those meetings well ahead of 45 days. So I didn't feel that it was necessary to change that because they're announced. They were announced this year with a new executive committee in January, but when we don't have a changeover in executive committee, I think we decide on those dates even in December of the prior year. So this change just affects when we send the agenda, which would be 10 days prior to a meeting. It would work well now with the motion that we've passed to have all the motions made 14 days ahead of the meeting. And so we'd see all the motions, have those, be able to make the agenda with less adjustments and get it out. So that's the motion, and I'll go ahead and take questions or comments. Okay. Great. I think we're ready to vote, Kelsey.
Real quick, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you just clarify? I was having a hard time with it. Did I read that it said motions 45 days prior?
No, that's notification of the meeting.
Okay.
Which we make almost a year in advance now because we set all of our meeting dates for the year.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I guess I am sleep deprived right now. I was reading things. It's weird.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, very quickly. I probably should have mentioned this on the last one, but with the days issue, you still have the days issue, and usually my understanding it would either be business days or calendar days. So you just put an adjective, so it'd be like, I don't know, I'm not looking at it, but like 10 business days would be a 5-day week versus a calendar, I think is the other term, calendar days, which would be a 7-day week.
Yeah.
Just a friendly suggestion.
Okay. Yeah, probably the only reason I didn't suggest that was that that's not the current language, but I would accept that.
Yeah,
I would accept that motion for I think we've been discussing calendar days, but I would accept it as calendar days.
Yeah, you're welcome to do what you want.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Stacy.
You could also make it equal to what you did in the last one. So 14 days and what, like 2 weeks and 1 week, or 14 days and 7 days. That way it's like the Saturday before, if it's Saturday, the Saturday before that, it just makes it easier to count in our heads when I expect it to come. So 10 days, it's like, when is that coming? But if it's like, oh, it's 7 days beforehand, the Saturday before I'm expecting it. I would still pass it either way, but I think that would make it easier to remember.
Okay. Alicia.
I apologize. I'm still super confused on this wording. Any SEIC member should submit agenda items and reports to the SEIC chair and secretary at least 45 days prior to scheduled meetings.
That is the current language in our procedures. The only suggested change that I'm making is to when we send the agenda out. That's what the emotion is about.
Okay. Because I feel like I've been than failing miserably at because obviously we're not getting reports and agenda items in 45 days prior. Okay, but
Yeah.
that's not part of this motion. That's just what's in there already that we're not necessarily abiding by these days.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Whew.
Stacy, is your hand still up?
No, it's not, sorry.
Okay. So is it are we going to go with 10 days or 7? I would accept either. I'm fine with 7.
Whatever you think is best. I mean, you know how this works more than anyone, so whichever one you think is best. It was a thought for me, but it's not a should be.
Okay.
Alan's raised his hand. Or didn't. Okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify that it's it's the minimum time beforehand, and I don't know, I feel like, the way it is worded the way it is worded currently is fine in terms of 10 days, because I think having the extra time to get it in and then reviewed and then sent out makes sense. I feel like 7 might be getting it a little tight for what would need to happen on the back end, but I don't know. I'm just jumping into that.
Yeah. Yeah, there hasn't been, it sounds like Stacy's not making a friendly amendment, so I think we're voting on 10 days at this point. Any last questions or comments? All right, let's go ahead with the vote.
Anybody needs any help? This is motion 7, I believe, column I. And there we have all of the votes, everybody. This motion passes 19, no oppositions, and 1 abstain.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, the floor is yours. JB.
Okay, the final motion 8. This came up, what we're proposing is to define the word candidate. And chapter 6 of the SEIC policy manual, details ACA courses and workshops, a number of participants, number of hours, that sort of thing. And a question came up recently. Well, in some areas of the country, it's difficult to get the number of candidates that you may need. And the definition was said to be that anyone who is a upgrading or updating instructor did not count towards the course minimum. So when I go back and I look at chapter 2 of the policy manual, which describes who the candidates are, it includes those who are who may be upgrading. So they're upgrading from, let's say, a level 2 to a level 3. They still need to earn that certification at level 3. So I think they're a candidate for that certification. They could be coming from another discipline, a cross discipline. They may be a river kayaker and they want to become a coastal kayaker. They've still got to earn that certification within coastal kayak. So they're earning a certification, they're a candidate. And it can also be someone who's coming from another organization, say Paddle Canada instructor, might be wanting to become an ACA instructor. And we would certainly welcome them into our arms and into our waters. And we think that they would also be a candidate. So anyone who is working towards obtaining a certification is indeed a candidate. And what we're proposing is just to make that clear with this motion in that wording. The subject of whether or not an updating instructor is a candidate or not came up, but no decision was made by our committee, Coastal Kayak Committee, with regard to that. I personally have my own idea about that, and I'll share that. Is that a lot of times the updating candidates want to come to a 4 or 5 day ICW, and they only want to come for 1 or 2 days. They're not there for the whole kit and caboodle. They're not a candidate, so they don't count towards the meeting of the course minimums for candidates. So that, in a nutshell, is our we're just adding a line at the end of that section in the SEIC policy manual. It says, as used herein, candidates includes any participant attending to obtain a new certification as detailed in chapter 2.3 A, G, H, and J. Any questions? Mike, you've got a question.
Yeah, I agree entirely. Well, I've been a collaborator of this, so I'm very delighted to see us identify specifically in writing what constitutes a candidate. This is kind of on the back end of this, that if an updating instructor does not count towards the minimum, do they count towards, I'm going to say no, but would they count towards the maximum number of students in terms of our ratio to instructor? I think the answer to my own question is someone who is updating is already an instructor. Therefore, in a rough example, if I had my course filled with 5 legitimate candidates, I could have an unknown quantity number of additional updaters. Technically, as a practical matter, it wouldn't make sense for me to have 10 people that I'm trying to update in there. But that's sort of an interesting thing to bring up. That is there a limitation to the total number that can be in a course with a trainer? Because we're talking about either certifiers or updaters. So it's really only means something to a trainer.
Yeah. Well, this motion doesn't address the the numbers.
I vote yes.
Okay, Alan, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Mike actually already kind of addressed much of my question, and I just want to make sure that didn't need to be thought through, and just want to make sure that we're not missing a place for a friendly amendment to include the other side, the maximum number. Because I have thoughts on that too, but maybe now is not the time to dive into them.
Well, by defining the candidate, we actually are, because it's the ratios are candidates to trainers, right? So by defining what a candidate is, we're saying that an updater is not a candidate, and so therefore they would not be part of the ratio.
It's the next level of ratio, though, Ryan. It's the ratio of the number of people as a maximum, our maximum ratio to an instructor. You just said trainer, but that's, is it okay if I'm by myself? Can I have 10 people, regardless of their structure, their candidates? Or I realize that the updaters don't count, but an example would be I've got 5 legitimate candidates and I have 5 people that want to update all in my same class, my same certification workshop.
Well, Mike, I think the way to handle that would be to make one of those people updating to be your assistant.
Okay, then I've got 4. I never. You get my point. You get my point.
And then you can go to 10.
Should we put a cap on it, or doesn't it matter? In reality, it probably does not matter. So just drop it. I vote yes.
Alicia?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how that affects.
Yeah, I'm sorry to break in, but it says the maximum number of instructor candidates. So that is what I haven't checked every document, but I just popped into a couple of them, and In terms of the ratio and the maximum, it says instructor candidates. So by defining what a candidate is, we're addressing that question. Yeah, sorry, Alicia, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No worries. Yeah, I'm just wondering how this affects like our rosters in the CMS in terms of, because like as it is, we put whether someone is a candidate or a cross-discipline instructor or an updating instructor or an upgrading instructor. And I'm just wondering like how that affects the functioning of the CMS. And obviously I get that the bottom line is we're trying to figure out, you know, the most operative way to be able to run a course with the correct number of participants. I'm just wondering how that's going to affect the back end of the CMS and our rosters.
I don't know that there would be any impact on CMS, but Kelsey, do you have a thought on that?
No, I don't think it will. Forgive me for being so blunt, but the CMS will not restrict the number of people. You could have 30 candidates and it wouldn't stop you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Boy. Okay, thanks.
That's what I thought. Jeff.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're going with there, but I've had situations where I've had 2 candidates and 2 updating instructors, and I mean, I think it seems to be like it's kind of being more restrictive than we are inclusive, and so I like the idea of making it more of a chance for us to run it than more of a chance for us to not be able to run it. And I don't know if it has to be like where we have to be an updating instructor must attend the entire amount, or the ratios must match for the entire course period, but something that allows us to have the option to keep going it versus having to kill it because we're missing one person.
Well, and that's what's happening right now, because we're not counting some of the people as candidates who may be, you know, upgrading, for example. Also, you can easily request, Jeff, you know, a waiver, you know, for 2 people who are candidates, and if you have a couple of people who are attending as updaters, you know, maybe one of them will stick around, but or you can have some other practice students might be able to join. But you know, I think requesting a waiver, you know, with only 2 is one of the things that's allowed in the SEIC policy manual.
But going on that though, but you're saying if it has to have 3 candidates, so if you had 2 candidates and 4 practice students in a level, say I'll just say a level 4 instructor certification course, then you don't have enough candidates to run the course, but you have the ratios.
What I'm saying is that you simply request the waiver to allow you to go with that course. And I'm certain Kelsey would have, you know, I don't want to speak for Kelsey, but I'm certain if it was in coastal kayak, I would instruct Kelsey to, you know, approve that waiver.
Yeah, so this is, just to be clear, this is less restrictive than the current policy. So the current policy does not count upgraders or updaters. That's what that's what this motion is to open it up to include people who are upgrading. And like John said, if you don't have enough, but in a scenario like you presented, Jeff, you can request a waiver.
And my experience has been that those waivers are pretty quick in being approved or, you know, acted on. Rachel.
So maybe I'm a little confused, but if you're holding a level 3 class and people are already level 2, wouldn't they all be upgrading then theoretically as part of it? So if that's how you're looking at it, there'd be no level 3 class that doesn't include someone who's already updating. So I'm not sure how right now we want to include, or sorry, upgrading. Right now it would have to already include upgrading instructors and say a level 3 class, right? So I'm struggling to understand. It seems like I'm with Jeff. I'm understanding this to be more restrictive because currently if someone comes to an ICW with me, I'm counting people who are taking the course, upgrading, like they're all counted. And in my head, I'm even counting the updating as part of the ratio, because we all know when people come to update, there are different levels of update. There's people who are updating just because they have to every 4 years, and there's people who are updating because they haven't really taught one class since they've been certified, and there's different calibers of an update. The person who really needs that full update, I would hope to count as a person in that minimum of 3, but someone who is at the higher level where I'm like, you really don't need an update, you're my co-teach, and I'm having the 2 to 10 max. So I just want us to take in the whole picture there that I think Jeff is trying to talk about too.
Yeah, the way, the way it works right now is that in coastal kayaking, L2 and L3 are your entry level points. To become an L4 or to become an L5, you must first be an L4. So that L4 going to L5 is an upgrade in your scenario. But what is being administered is that person does not count towards your course minimums. And what we're trying to say is that they do count.
But how would you if you have to have all the requirements beforehand, how would you not have, like, everybody, if you have to be a 4 already, aren't they all upgrading anyway? And they would have to count or you wouldn't have a class, right?
Well, the way the SEIC policy manual or the way it's being interpreted is that they do not count.
Okay, I guess
Well,
I would.
We're putting in language to clarify that they indeed do count.
I guess my would be that an updating would count as your minimum as well.
Yeah.
I guess that would be my friendly amendment.
Yeah, I mean, I would accept a friendly amendment to include that, but that's neither here nor there. Let's get a couple other Lance, you haven't spoken yet.
Alicia had her hand up before I did, so I'll let her go.
Okay, Alicia.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess I'm super confused on the upgrading instructors because I've only ever run L5 ICEs with L4 instructors that are upgrading, and if they're not a candidate, then how did I run it and how did they get their cert? Am I bucking the SEIC policy manual and doing things illegally? Maybe I'm just super confused.
That I can't answer, really, yeah, all I know is that the question came up and the statement was made, updating and upgrading instructors do not count towards course minimums. And what we're saying is that upgrading do in fact count.
Yeah, they have to, otherwise those courses I taught wouldn't exist, right?
Thank you. Lance.
Yeah, so I think part of the confusion, right, is my understanding is that the wording as it is currently is an outdated legacy set of language that we don't necessarily do in practice. And that what we're trying to do is to bring the language, to update the language to reflect what happens in reality. Am I correct in that, John? Like people are like, well, I thought I was doing this or I'm doing that. It's yes, this is what you're doing, and this is what the language says technically, and we're trying to bring the language in line with what our practice is. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Certainly, yeah. Jeff?
Can I make a friendly amendment to add updating instructor candidates?
I accept that. Do you want updating instructor candidates who are only attending a portion, or they must attend the entire ICW?
I would like to keep it open because I oftentimes have people come in and people come in for a part of it for 2 days and people come in for other part for 2 days, and I typically spread it out to help keep the ratios out.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Gives more flexibility. Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is currently a document that outlines the minimum length of time for an update. So I don't think we want to re-look at that within this discussion. So I would think that it just still the minimum amount of time. If we want to look at that in the future, we can, but that's not this discussion.
So the friendly amendment has been made that those updating who attend would also be counted towards the course minimum, regardless of the period of time.
I'm still here.
Mike, one more?
Yeah, yeah. First of all, I'm agreeing with Jeff. There's no question that if it's easier to fill a class, it's easier to fill a class. And we've all been, oh my God, I need 3 and I've only got 2. You get an updater and you go, here we go. And I think most people have done that, John, whether you like it or not. We've assumed these updaters belong in the course and count. However, whenever I've done that, they always have to come for the entire length of the entire course. So I won't allow an L4 to jump in and say, don't only have to come the last day. I go, no, you got to come from soup to nuts. I won't necessarily charge you, but you have to attend for the full. So I believe, in my opinion, if I said to you, John, they have to come for the whole thing, you'd go, well, hell yeah, let's include them too. But you don't like the idea of them showing up for part of the course and getting an update in the middle of an instructor certification workshop and counting.
Yeah. So we have to wrap up this discussion. I'm gonna say that ITs still have the discretion to include somebody. If you're saying, I need you to participate for 3 days of this, that's your prerogative as an IT. So Kelsey, you've got your hand up, so that's the last comment or question we'll take.
John, I was just going to ask if you accepted the friendly amendment that Jeff made several minutes ago. You never formally said one way or the other.
I'm sorry, I shook my head. Yes. Yes, I accept that friendly amendment.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm taking minutes and my head's in my computer.
I know. You can't, my head shake. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Good discussion.
Well, end discussion. Friendly amendment accepted.
Thank you.
This is motion number 8 for those who are in the voting spreadsheet. This is column number J, the last motion as it pertains to our old business.
Well, thank you, everyone. We are going to push the new business agenda item till after lunch. We'll decrease our amount of time that we spend in breakout groups for those discussions to make up for time. So doing the math and the 4 hours ahead of where I'm at right now, it's only 9:10, 10 o'clock my time.
1:10.
We'll 2 o'clock Eastern. We'll resume.
Very good. Have a good lunch.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch. Like I mentioned, we're pushing the new business item here till after lunch. I think it's an important topic that we need to discuss. Kelsey, can you put that slide up on the screen when you have a chance? So, as you know, the executive committee and then the discipline committee chair are comprise the standards committee for any standards issues that may come up, and a lot of those are IT candidate applications, and so I've seen those as coastal kayak chair over the last couple of years, and then the few that we've dealt with so far in this term. And one thing that really has stuck out to me is that we have instructor trainer candidate evaluation forms in CMS, but they don't have a whole lot to do with being an instructor trainer. And I haven't looked across every ITC evaluation in CMS that we have for all of our disciplines, but when I've sort of spot checked them, they are either the current instructor candidate evaluation or they're a past version of the instructor candidate evaluation. And so, kind of on the micro level, when we get those standard packets, it's not they're almost useless, I would say, and I can't imagine that they're very pertinent and applicable to the ITEs that are filling them out, the mentor ITEs. And so it's a flaw that we have in the system and something I think that we need to address. One of the things that I hope comes out of us addressing these is that we have some consistency across the board in what we're actually looking for from IT candidates through this process, as well as communicating to them, what are some expectations? What are we looking for out of you as you enter this application process? And so, Jewel, are you? I see Jewel there. Jewel as vice chair, technically leads our instructional committee, which is not functioning. But we wanted to bring a motion to create a work group that would address this issue. And the work group, the users of these forms are ITEs, and so they're the ones that are filling it out, and I think are well positioned to have input on what it is that we're looking for out of our ITs. And so I'd like to bring forward make a motion to create a work group of ITEs with the specific task of coming up with a base IT candidate evaluation form that would be then given to discipline committees for slight some adjustments. So it might be like, if you're familiar with our forms right now, the candidate evaluations have 7 categories and then however many criteria underneath them. So it would be using the existing CMS structure and form, but coming up with a base candidate evaluation that could have some room for modification by discipline committees. So that's a lot of words in a motion, but it's the motion is to form this ITE work group to make a draft that's going to be presented to discipline committees or presented to the SEIC board, and we get it to discipline committees. I think this as a new motion, we do need a. Go ahead.
You do not need to make a motion.
Okay.
As the instructional committee, you can form one. You don't have to have the approval of the entirety of the board.
Gotcha. Okay. So I still want to get some. Thank you, Kelsey. Still want to get some input and see what questions we have. Yeah, Jeff.
I was just going to make a motion to do that or second it, whatever. I'm on board.
Okay, great.
And I'm willing to be on the committee.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. Hey, John.
I too willing to be on the committee.
Okay.
May I ask that anyone here who is interested in being on the committee write that into the chat for record keeping purposes, just so I make sure I get them all? Thank you.
Ideally, we'd like to have this be a multidiscipline effort, so that we're getting ITEs from across the spectrum. So I know like Jeff and JB are ITEs. If you're a discipline committee chair and want to designate an ITE from within your discipline, it doesn't have to be part of your discipline committee. It could just be someone within the discipline. That would be great. Well, yeah, Mike.
I'm in for being within the committee.
Okay, great.
Thank you all for putting your names in there. I'll make sure I capture all these in the minutes and we'll get them to Jewel and Ryan.
Yeah, Jewel will be sort of facilitating the group. We don't want this to be a project that goes on and on and on. So we've envisioned, I think it's on the second slide, Kelsey, I'm not sure, but we've sort of envisioned like a 2-month timeline for getting this back to this board and for discussion with discipline committees. So we're kind of looking at a 2-month work group. So this thing, whether that causes anxiety because it's too short of a timeline, or you love it because it's not going to go on forever, that's the timeline we're envisioning, and we can adjust from there. Okay, great. So we've got the names. Kelsey's going to get it to us. I'll reach out if your discipline is not represented. We can have that conversation. We can have that conversation and get representation from your discipline. Great. Well, that was quicker than I expected. So, which I'm glad. It's good thing. Kelsey, if you can maybe put that slideshow back up. A couple of years ago, we at the SEIC spring meeting, Trey had us do some breakout discussion sessions, which I thought were really useful. There are some conversations that things that I've brought up from SEIC to the board, which is this first topic. If you go to the next slide, Kelsey. And then the second breakout session is something that the board is looking for our input in how, as an SEIC, how we're going to handle that. And so over the years, one of the most common complaints that I've heard is, there's all this content that we cover within the first half day of the course. It would be better off if that was e-learning or happened before the course. The courses have to be X number of days long, because we have to cover all this content. Our time would be better served in IDWs and ICEs if we, the ACA, the insurance, whatever it might be, was covered beforehand. And so there's been a consistent sort of message that I've heard. I don't know if you've experienced the same thing. But when I did bring in a discussion with Beth, I brought this forward, and what she suggested to me was, well, let's identify some topics that if we're going to create, e-learning that would work well for instructor programs as well as the new leader path certification programs, what would those things be? And so I thought this would be a great topic for breakout rooms. We're going to kind of keep the same timeline that I adjusted to, because I think we can, it doesn't need to be as long as I had initially planned. We're going to take like 15 minutes to break out into groups and discuss and brainstorm these topics. And then we'll pull it back together for a general group discussion. In terms of your breakout groups, if you could elect someone that's going to take notes and sort of present what your group has talked about back to when we gather together as a full group, that would be fantastic. And Jeff, I see your hand up.
Yes, I'm going to be Captain Obvious here, but I'm assuming we're talking about essentially an entry-level instructor and entry-level trip leader program where these folks are coming for their first times into an ICW situation.
It could be, I wouldn't limit it to that, so what we're doing, we're trying to get all the ideas out onto the whiteboard, the imaginary whiteboard here. And so if it ranges beyond that, great. But I think you're spot on in that a lot of these requests come from that experience where we're starting from scratch, somebody that's new to the ACA. Okay. Great.
Brian, so you, aside from myself, you have 18 attendees. How many breakout rooms would you like?
Let's do 3 rooms if we've got 18.
Give me just a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, and forgive me for asking, we're a little bit behind schedule. Do you want a 15-minute timer or do you want a 30-minute timer?
Let's do a 15-minute timer.
Okay, gotcha.
For our breakout group discussion. Yep.
Okay, 1 second. All right, here we go.
Did we have numbers to our groups, Kelsey, or were they just groups?
I took notes on who was in each one. Group 1,
okay.
Jeff Atkins. Group 2, Alan Kamak, and Group 3, Ann Sondheimer. Y'all were just the first ones on the list.
All right, so we'll go first. Patrick took our notes.
Yeah, it's kind of my note taking was kind of a hodgepodge. So these could all be condensed. We could combine some of these, but one of them was about the ACA, history and benefits. Another was legal liability, risk management, and how to acquire insurance, teaching theory and learning theory, CMS, how to report courses, how to do a skills assessment. Then we also had essential eligibility criteria, equity inclusion initiatives, define interpersonal skills, national on-water standards. And I believe that was it. Oh, I think I said how to acquire insurance.
Okay. Great.
Patrick, I have one question. Sorry, between legal liability, risk management, what was the thing in between that? Between that and the CMS. Sorry, there's one thing that you wrote down and I just didn't catch it in time.
Teaching and learning theory.
Thank you. That was it. Thanks.
Okay. Group 2.
I took notes for us, and I'm really happy to know that what we came up with is very similar to what your group came up with, Patrick. We said, the first 3 things we came up with were basics of the ACA and including the ACA's history and the benefits you get from it, course registration and management through CMS, and I think that would include insurance, and then teaching fundamentals. How do you effectively teach? We also mentioned looking at injury prevention. I spent a lot of time talking about including a heuristics talk, looking at legal aspects of paddling, and then injury prevention. And we talked about whether your assessment for these would be done pre-course or post-course, and whether some of these might be done post-course. So for example, CMS you might offer as a program after the class was done when it was more relevant to the students.
Great. How about group 3?
Yep, I'm going to talk for group 3, and we kind of did something similar where we grouped it into buckets. So the first bucket was kind of ACA overview, insurance, CMS, similar to how y'all did. The second one was leadership, so leadership styles, learning styles, barriers to learning, those things that we're traditionally teaching onshore. And then the third one was skills. And so part of that was like a critical eye assessment. So watching videos and starting to have that critical eye piece beforehand to be part of it, skills assessment. And then we threw in higher levels of navigation and tides. And where we went with that is sometimes with the e-learning, it would allow you to do scenarios that you might not be able to do. So for instance, if we're doing a coastal kayak class up on Lake Erie, it might be harder for us to teach tides. And this would allow us to do e-learning that allows those people to be able to do tides a little bit better, or navigation where it might take someone a little bit more time to learn. E-learning might be a good one to help them advance that skill that is harder to do in the field. We also talked that modules would be probably best, and then the instructor could choose certain ones that matched or didn't match what they felt was helpful for their ICW. Maybe some are required, maybe some aren't. And then you could also add a homework piece as part of it where they gather different pieces and bring it back to be able to participate in during the course. So I think that's the big things that we talked about.
Okay. So I think that a lot of really great suggestions, just to get a temperature of the room, maybe like in the chat or on screen, like if you were to put this in the importance of doing a project like this from an SEIPC perspective, like, is this something that we want to prioritize? If we would be asking the board, this would take money. The board members are here. There's the Robert's here, Suze is here. Like how important is this to do? Like 3 most important, 1 not as important.
I'll chime in. I think this is super important. I think it adds a lot of legitimacy to the ACA programs when you compare it to other medical programs that already exist, other outdoor guiding programs. I send like a Google Classroom with some pre-course study material. I don't have a test necessarily, but I've gotten some great feedback that, like I say, adds some legitimacy to it and just weight to the overall course. So
great. Thank you. Patrick.
Yeah, I think what we were talking about a little bit in our breakout room was kind of getting a general one started. And then I do like the idea of having different modules. So just get a basic one to start off first and not let perfection get in the way of progress. And then later on down the line, it'd be nice to have some different modules that we could go to for discipline specific information. And then just continue to fine tune it. So it makes the candidates who show up a little more prepared for it. But I think this is a great start.
Lance.
Somebody had mentioned legitimacy, but the other thing this does and make it as an organization is it certainly helps the board, should help the board and help other instructors with standardization so that we know that our instructors are delivering consistent and it's much harder for people to go off and wildcard and ad lib and throw in a bunch of stuff that isn't supported by the SEIC and the discipline committees. So yeah, I think risk management wise, it's also a huge benefit.
Yeah, Alicia.
So just to echo Lance, I'm going to say aside from standardization, it also helps with tone in terms of like I can't tell you how many times I've heard ITs say, oh, this is the boring part when talking about the ACA portion of like the history of the ACA or whatnot. Like I don't necessarily want my students to think, oh, the ACA is boring. It's just, again, that like standardizing the curriculum, having it have that higher bit of legitimacy, and then also having a clean tone across the board where it's like, like what is it that Trey used to always say, we are them. And so often I see us as the them not always putting the best face forward. And I think that this would actually help that.
Yeah. Yeah. Robin, is your hand up?
It is.
Okay.
Echoing the last two comments, in addition to that, we can tweak these a little bit to address common issues that the standards committee is seeing. And if there are issues in course management that are coming up, we just make sure that gets front loaded and take a lot off your plate. I see tremendous advantages, and I really don't see any disadvantages to this.
Robert.
Just a couple quick things, and I'm probably indicating my biases here, so I apologize. But one, particularly with AI coming down the pike, it's going to impact all of what we're talking about here. But two, I've had some experience like with Knowles and Outward Bound and WEA and their courses, and they tend to be long courses, and anything we can do to, let's say, shorten our courses and make them more appealing. Because as Robin knows, in the survey that we did with NASBA, you're talking, if you can keep them for 2 days, you're doing well. So anytime we can economize our programs, that is a plus. And the use of online e-programs, that type of really supplements what you can do on the water and allows you to do in person what you really need to do in person more so. So it becomes really very supplemental. Yeah. And I think it's a good addition that way. So
Great. Thank you. Stacy.
I'm also a little biased because I create e-learnings for a living, but I am passionate about them, and there's so many benefits to them as far as standardization, about getting, your tone and all of that you want, and having your face. What face do you want the ACA to have? I think the other thing to do that's a plus one is, yes, you're going to offer it in these courses for people to get whatever certification they want, or pass whatever test, but some of these you may say you have to have this for the course, but also anybody who wants can take this if they're a member or if they are, whatever you want to, guidelines you want to have on it. But it gets out the information out to more than just your elite. It gets it out to your just average man if you want it to. So.
Good. We'll leave space for maybe one or two more questions, and this has been fantastic discussion so far. Alan.
Yeah, just maybe not a question, just something to think about if we're heading in this direction, is to juggle how much of it is like text and then how many little short videos we might want to do and how much of if that could be a fun project. But bringing somebody in to kind of like, TL the video part as well. So that all looks good, and it might be something fun for us all to kind of chime in and, give a quick little talk here or there. That's all. This is exciting.
Yeah. Well, I can see it's really important to us as a board and members. And so we'll continue the discussion, post some of these topics that were listed, and continue the discussion on Slack, and as we go into more executive committee meetings, it'll definitely be on our list. Jeff, we'll take one more.
Sorry, I just thought about it. If we're trying to get something done efficiently and probably have it last a while, I would probably stay away from technical stuff and basically overall like theory and bigger objects, because like if our course management system, much as I propose, like and big proponent of wanting to do that, but if we think our course management system is going to change in the next year or so, that might not be a good one to do, because then it becomes obsolete. So maybe we stick with things like overall risk management and theory and a lot of those that are not going to change.
We'll wrap it up with you, Suze.
Thanks. So I want to leave you all with food for thought. All right. So we go through our budgeting process in September and October. That's our normal window to look at sort of what we're going to budget for the next year. What I would encourage you guys to do, and whether you ultimately create a work group, but I would potentially try to identify really how you'd want to do this. Like, what are the buckets of information that you would want to do in an e-learning program, so that you could then potentially we could start looking at a next steps on who could actually do it and what would be the best way to do it and how long would it take, right? Because I could see where this could take, much like the leadership pathways taking time. It would take first of all, you wouldn't even start it until next year. So that gives you lots of time to sort of flesh out the ideas, but that also would give us some time to come up with some numbers estimate on how long potentially a project like this could take. Right. So that is my food for thought for you guys. And and Ryan, then I trust you not to let us lose visibility on it when it has to come to the board. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Great. Kelsey, can you put the slideshow back up? So in the last board meeting started out with Beth giving us a update on, the what's going on in Washington. And I don't want to spend a whole lot of time, talking about just that in general. But one of the questions, that came up was with DEI and funding, and it was encouraging to hear our Coast Guard funding was, something we love, but as Beth said this morning, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, so you all heard the message this morning. But I kind of took a look at some of our documents, because the conversation came up earlier that morning with Tara and her experience, in nonprofits, and looking at the language that's going into our workbooks. But really looking at a broader picture, from a broader perspective, we have EEC, which isn't going anywhere. We have code of conduct. We have on all of our documents that under general requirements that for an instructor that I believe the word is understand the ACA's diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives with a hyperlink. So these are things that are on our documents, and I thought I'm bringing it to you because that's what I've been directed to do, right? SEIC is weighing in on this discussion that's happening at a larger board level. Okay, and so we have to be willing to have tough conversations. And I think that this falls squarely in that category. But in looking at it, there's some inconsistency in our documents. Some areas of inconsistency that I saw was that some discipline committees have code of conduct as a prerequisite. Some discipline committees don't have the code of conduct on their criteria at all. We're consistent across EEC that it's a hyperlink. That change was made a couple years ago, or maybe a year ago, so that it hyperlinks to the page on the website. Another area of inconsistency is with that statement and general requirements about our DEI initiatives. If you follow that link, you'll go to the page. We don't actually, we have what's called an equity and access, or access and equity. Equity and access initiative. So the language on our document does not reflect what the ACA currently has. So we're not going to be making any big decisions during this meeting. I'm trying to gather your input and feedback to take to the board level. Some areas, if you look at the code of conduct, and there is a link on the agenda to a resources folder, which I did place the code of conduct in. It has a lot of great language, that there's some crossover. So just wanted to have a general discussion around this topic so that I can gather feedback from you. We can talk about it as an executive committee, and I can, kind of go to the board and say, these were some of the things that were expressed by the SEIC as we're asked about this topic. So Kelsey, will it be the same breakout groups, or?
They will be the same unless you want me to switch them up.
Yeah, let's change it up if that's not too difficult.
Give me a moment.
Real quick, could we have the link to the code of conduct? Because I mean, I know you said we could get to it in this folder from here, but that would take me a minute to dig up. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Rachel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have scrambled the rooms now, so some new people. What would time? I'm so sorry. That was a sound and not a word. What time would you like? How many minutes?
About 20 minutes of discussion, or a breakout room discussion.
Okay. Here we go. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, Patrick, I don't think we came to that as a group. That was something that I think they're more looking at the board level.
Roger.
Who is number one, Kelsey?
Elicia's group is number one.
Robin, do you want to give the summary?
Why don't I give the quick summary and then you highlight some of the discussion. So in very short terms, we said that we should stick to our principles, that diversity, equity, inclusion are part of our bylaws, and it's part of what we do, and we should stick to that because we want to serve the entire paddling community, not just the white male paddling community, speaking as a member of that group. And we also want to make sure that the code of conduct is widely visible, and we suggested a motion that would require placing the code of conduct as part of our documentation wherever EEC applies. And I'm not sure how much work that involves, but it's a starting point. If you want to add anything to that?
No, I was just going to say that Robin summed it up super well. Yeah, we feel like it's important for us to maintain our integrity and stick to our principles. And yeah, we would like to entertain the idea of bringing a motion to new business if there is time today to add the code of conduct wherever the EEC is on any curriculum documentation.
So would it be placed in EEC and then not as a prerequisite? How was there a thought on that? Because it's placed as a prerequisite in some documents. So I guess I'm looking for some clarification from your group in terms of placement.
I think in a so actually, hold on, I'm looking at an instructor criteria that doesn't have it right now. And I believe that actually the EEC is indeed under the prerequisites. Yes. So, and I'm just looking at a rafting document which didn't have the code of conduct. And under our course prerequisites, the first one is acknowledgement of personal compliance with the ACA EEC with a link. I would think that then the next dot would also go acknowledgement of the ACA's code of conduct, like in the same. Yes, under course prerequisites. And the reason that we chose any place that there is a link to the EEC is just to kind of narrow down exactly where that would go and on which documents, as opposed to just on instructor criteria or on all documents across the board. So any document where there currently is a prerequisite to acknowledge the EEC, we would also put a prerequisite to acknowledge the code of conduct.
Thank you. Yeah, that's clear. That's clear. Okay.
On our dashboard is the code of conduct, but if you click on the document, it doesn't really go anywhere. But if you look at joining or renewing, there is blurb in there that says you are expected to comply with code of conduct.
On the CMS, the first time that anybody ever logs in, the code of conduct in full is displayed. And you also can, there's a toggle where you can view it in Spanish or in Chinese, whichever of those three you are best at. And then you have to sign it similarly to how you would sign an electronic liability waiver. However, yes, it does not give you, it doesn't let you pull that back up again, but it shows you the date in which you signed it. But yes, that is a functionality of being able to bring it back and look at it that I have on my radar to put back in place if that's what this group wants.
Kelsey, could you, so when I put somebody on a course, when I register the course and I put somebody on the course report, it opens up certain element, like they can go into CMS at that point for that course. Maybe I'm wrong.
Can you, what is
At
that? What do you mean by that?
Like, if I'm got somebody who's not a member, right, and they're signing, somebody new to ACA signing up for an instructor course, they can sign the annual waiver, right? So there's something that is opened up to them at a specific point because they're able to sign that waiver, correct?
I'm a little confused. So members can sign a paper waiver. They can sign a liability waiver in our smart waiver, which is a third-party vendor, which does not link to any of our systems. There is technically a workaround for non-members to sign a waiver in the CMS. However, they have to do it through your profile, i.e. whoever the lead instructor is. So that means you have to have a computer or a phone or a tablet with Wi-Fi accessible at the start of the class. Their acknowledgement of abiding by the code of conduct could be built into that. That's not hard. But again, right now, you cannot log in to your CMS profile if you're not a member and don't have a profile. Like, it's just logistical, right? And so one thing that is great is that Sport 80, when we implement that, will allow for people to have an account but not have a membership. Think of it as a guest membership, or think of it as they can be put on a roster and have a quote, like access to signing their waiver or paying, let's say, an event membership fee if you're using ACA insurance, that kind of thing. But that does not force them to pay a membership, and we could do it that way.
John.
Yeah, Kelsey, you said when you go into CMS for the first time, you are presented with the code of conduct. I was thinking that actually when you became a member, that you were presented with the code of conduct for you to sign at that point.
It is like a linked URL in the join process, but there is no way for us to make someone read it in its entirety. But there's like we all know, there's many members who don't use the CMS and never will, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But when someone goes into the CMS, whether they just took a skills assessment and they want to download their certificate, or they're certified and have to start registering, reporting, whatever, they cannot continue without signing it. So it is a hard stop.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, guys. We should hear from the other two breakout groups, and then we'll continue with more discussion. Who was the second group, Kelsey?
Wayne's group is number 2.
Yeah, so I think we were pretty much in line with group 1. We talked about a couple different things. One, making it where you have to sign the code of conduct every year, like when you renew your membership, or maybe when you join the ACA. In order to join, you have to sign the code of conduct right off the bat. Might be useful. And again, when you renew, code of conduct might change. There may be a need in the near future to break out the thesaurus and choose some words that are not going to be necessarily highlighted as sort of emotionally charged words, such as diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think the third thing that came out of it is, if we sort of interweave it into everything the ACA is and does and who we are, then we don't have to set aside. We wouldn't necessarily have to set aside separate sections to say this is our equity and access initiatives. No, these are just our initiatives. This is just what we do day in and day out. It's not a statement on DEI. It's a statement on what we do as ACA members and instructors and an organization. So then if somebody decides to run our website or a website through some kind of thing and look for DEI, it doesn't pop up. May or may not be important, but it's certainly making it a part of our core self, our core values seems really important. And in group 2, if I got that wrong, let me know.
Yeah, it was a good discussion. I think we talked about including it potentially like as part of the e-learning package. That would be true for any course, so that it is seen again, kind of, and it's more fresh for like the group that you're working in. And then did you, Lance, forgive me if you said this and I glossed over it. We talked about condensing it, so it's an easier, more targeted document to read as opposed to wading through 3 pages. So that might help.
Patrick, you were taking notes for the third.
Yeah, we're basically echoing the other groups as well. We wanted to keep it similar, but we wanted to make it consistent across all the disciplines. And then also, just like you said, having it as a e-learning session in the future, and then having it as a prerequisite, and then a general requirement as well. So basically what you guys are saying.
Kind of stuck out to me, Alan. I think you used the term core values. If you read our code of conduct, it calls, here is our core values. And so inclusion is included in the core, is called out in our core values. And then there's a lot of other language throughout the code of conduct that does the work. It does the work. So I think having it be a course prerequisite, linking it to EEC is an awesome idea. We have in the general requirement, I don't know if people have looked at the instructor criteria. I posted one in the chat. So we do have that in the general requirement, that statement, demonstrate general knowledge of ACA diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. And so I guess what are our thoughts with that statement, considering it links to a different page that doesn't say that? It says equity and access initiatives.
And tell me again where you're referencing that the general population would see that, Ryan, that you're talking about.
Oh, you're muted.
That's on every instructor criteria document under general requirements of instructor certification.
Okay, that's with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you check the hyperlink, it links to the page on, when you click on that, it links to the page that says equity and access initiatives. And then it lists them, which they're awesome. So they were great initiatives. But I also liked what Lance said too about that's just the way we do work. That's just the way we work. That's just the way we do business. Stacy.
Was just talking about this with someone else, the fact that sometimes our links where I'm at, when you click on it, you open it up and the title is something different. And then people are like, am I at the right place? Am I at the wrong place? So anytime the titles can match, the better off we are. So if you wanted it to be equity and access, in both places, or if you wanted it to be the other in both places, but just so that they're the same. I don't know if that really answers the broad question, but I think whatever you go with.
Yeah, Alicia.
I like the idea of, especially if language is getting like super touchy, I like the idea of changing the language on the basic instructor criteria to equity and access, and then that links to the page that says equity and access, the consistency there, and a little bit of a like, maybe taking a little bit of that giant red hat, as Mike was calling it, making it maybe a shorter red hat. But the other thing that I was going to say is that, and I mentioned in the chat, like both Robin and I had to reread the criteria just because it had been so long since either of us read it. And as I was reading through it, I was going, wow, this is great. And then I realized that, when I'm teaching an ICW, I mention the EEC because it's, one of those things that instructors need to know about. And it's there on the documentation that I'm looking at. And I think that if we had the, this on there as well, it would be the kind of thing that I would also think to pull up and show to instructors, this is our code of conduct. This is how you need to conduct yourself as an instructor. And I think that like pulling it up and seeing it more often helps to ingrain it, helps us to embody it. I guess that's what I had to say about that. I think it would be good to have it there.
Yeah, Rachel.
Someone mentioned that the current code of conduct is rather lengthy, and if it could be a short part, but I also wonder if it could be like an infograph. And so people could just look at it real quick and see what it is. And it might be a little bit more meaningful and easier to digest than a long document.
So, speaking of the length of it, I don't have a comment on that, but Sue's brought forward in our conversation that the athletes are actually, I forget what the specific terminology used, Sue's, but they're having an addendum to it, an additional statement that is the code of conduct for athletes. And she brought up the idea of, okay, well, is there anything additional that we want to have for certified leaders, guides, instructors, trainers, educators? So
The athletes have to sign an additional piece, an addendum to the code of conduct because of anti-doping laws, right? The rules around anti-doping. But the Athlete Advisory Council is working on creating what they call a professional code for how the athletes are required to behave in and outside of competition, which can be really important because there's some rules that they have to adhere to, whether they're really super excited about it or not. But I questioned whether you all, as you know, from an education and instructor standpoint, would you want to create a professional code that you would want the instructors, instructor trainers, and ITEs to be a part of? Because you could create something like that. That would be in addition to the fact that you sign the code of conduct, but it would basically be your own instructor professional code that says our expectation as an instructor is the following, right? That would be sort of an addition to that code of conduct that everybody in theory signs, right?
Kelsey,
Just an idea.
what sort of what we'll be looking at financially or time wise to, if you know there was a mention of a motion to, you know, wherever EEC is mentioned, also mention the code of conduct. So do we have what ramifications does that have, you know, since we have to look at that in any motion?
Yeah, great question. Considering that well, even though it's already in some disciplines documents, I want to make sure that the exact word, you know, lead in sentence to that link or whatever is exactly the same. The implication is staff time, just to that is a giant task, uploading every single curriculum document and then re-uploading it to the website and making sure that it sticks. But there's no other financial cost there aside from staff time to do that stuff. Honestly, right this moment, I can't tell you exactly how long it would take. I would say certainly less than 1 day, but it's probably a whole work day. Yeah, there's so many.
Can I ask a question? And this is, I don't see Robert on the call anymore. Robin Pope, are you still there? This is Suzanne Sue.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so say that SEIC wants to do a motion and they approve it today that basically says anywhere EEC is mentioned, they would add the code of conduct or change it to the code of conduct, whatever you all choose.
Yeah.
Couldn't we on the board just approve that as a blanket change without us having to go through every single one of the documents, that you guys could then just in your time, whatever time frame, Kelsey could then with SEIC just change documents?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, because I'm
Welcome.
thinking that could be super helpful.
Are we bringing forward that motion?
I cannot do that.
Yeah, right. I know.
Just to be clear.
So our work group discussed that. Seems like there's some support for it. Is there any reason not to bring it forth right now?
You do have a couple of people like John and Stacy that
Yeah.
have questions, it looks like, but I think it might be a good idea. It would solve sort of disconnects, but it's not my decision.
Well, Ryan, you want to run the discussion or you want me to?
Yeah. So we would need someone to second that motion, I believe.
So I think you might want to hear from John and Stacy.
Yeah, let's
John, let's hear from John, Stacy.
Yeah, I think, you know, there are two places, course prerequisites, where we mention EEC, and code of conduct. You know, I'm looking at the L2 instructor criteria for coastal kayak, and we also have the ACA code of conduct in there. And then in general requirements for all ACA certification candidates, is a more detailed listing, and EEC should be mentioned in there, and that was passed back, I think, in 22, that it was supposed to be listed in there as a general requirement. So it's an acknowledgement of both, knowing what they are and what they mean, and then also how they apply. So I think the code of conduct would be certainly under the prerequisite section. And then perhaps knowledge, more in-depth knowledge of. That was my comment.
Yeah, I think EEC has always been in the course prerequisites. It's like basic, can I control my own self and keep my mouth closed and not drown, kind of thing. And then the demonstrating the your understanding of it and ability to apply it to anyone who may come into your courses is the general requirement part. But I agree, it hasn't always been spelled out both ways. You would assume if you meet them, you understand them, but that might not always be the case.
Yeah, and that's why we had that motion back in, I think it was September of 22, if I recall correctly, that actually the SEIC and the board of directors passed it, that it would be listed in both places, and it just hasn't come to fruition yet. So, but anyway.
Yeah, Stacy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if we need specific wording around that, because Kelsey's gonna want to know like what, other than the link, like what needs to go there. Is there wording that's in some of the others that we need to be a part of that possible vote?
I think there needs to be wording.
Yeah, perhaps we
And
could
what would
get
that
some
wording be?
wording
Can
in the
somebody get
chat.
wording? Yeah, in the chat of what you would, I don't know what that wording should be. I just know there needs to be wording instead of it just being a link in the middle of the page.
And are you guys sure that this EEC link is linking to what you expect? That would be the other question that I have.
Alicia.
I suppose, first of all, to answer Susan's question, no, the link in the L4 raft or instructor criteria goes for the EEC goes to a broken link. So maybe that is something that needs addressed, is recognizing or like making sure that those links do function. But then I was also just going to say it could basically echo the EEC one, which is the wording is acknowledgement of personal compliance with the ACA essential eligibility criteria. It could say the same thing, acknowledgement of personal compliance with the ACA code of conduct.
Can you read that for me one more time?
Yep, acknowledgement of personal compliance with the ACA code of conduct.
Yeah.
Or commitment to comply. I don't know. Acknowledgement of personal says I am complying, not that I will comply. So commitment to comply.
Alan, you're
Yeah.
up.
Oh, here, somebody wrote it. Participants in the ACA program will agree to follow ACA code of conduct.
Robin, is that the motion wording that you're proposing?
I'm just putting that out as a point for discussion, not necessarily as the final version, but having it in writing allows us to have a touch point.
Yeah, or I will. I think changing that to an I, right? Or unless, I don't know how the rest of them are written though. They're not written in with I pronouns, whatever pronouns are used.
Alan.
Well, Ryan, I took my hand down. I think the discussion moved on from a point that I wanted to make. So yeah.
Great.
Moving on.
Don.
Oh,
Browning?
I'm sorry. Yeah, in the course prerequisites, in L2, it says understands and acts in accordance with the ACA's code of conduct.
There you go. That works.
Yeah. John, is that the level 2 coastal?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, John, will you read it one more time? I'm sorry.
Okay. Understands and acts in accordance with ACA's code of conduct.
I think
And
that's the
course
standard that's
prerequisite.
on for all of them, for all of the similar documents with the course prerequisite. I think.
Is that the skills or instructor?
Mike, you're up. Your hand's up.
Well, we're going to refer to what John said. It's right. It's been written forever, or for a long time anyway, under L2 course prerequisites under coastal, demonstrate general knowledge of the purpose and significance of the ACA at central eligibility. And then below that it says understands and acts in accordance with the ACA's code of conduct. And you click on that, it goes to member code of conduct. So I'm not too sure what's broken. Or are you just suggesting that we add that same thing across the board, or?
Yes, that's what I'm saying is what works already, what
just
wording
copy
do
what's
you
already
want?
there.
If the wording works, let's keep it. That's what I was saying.
Copy what's there.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful, John.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we're in agreement in that section. There was also, and maybe I don't know if this is a separate motion or if it's the same motion, but we were talking about also placing the code of conduct in and the EEC in general requirements. So it would have 3 statements in the general requirements. We'd have the EEC statement, the code of conduct or statement, and I don't know if we're changing this to the equity and access statement. Yeah, Wayne.
Is this for all courses, assessments, and instructor certs, et cetera?
Well, the general requirements is for instructor certification. It would be the same for leader guide certifications. I don't know. I'd have to look at an assessment document. I don't believe it has the same language.
And it's not in the skills courses.
Right. So this is certification programs.
I don't know that it's inappropriate to expect our students to behave this way too.
Yeah.
Wow,
If
that
I
was
could hop in there,
circuitous.
I think Robin said kind of similarly, it seems to me that yeah, any student coming to us looking at any document like a skills course or an assessment course that has a course prerequisite line, that this should be in there right underneath acknowledgement of the EEC, etc.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that what everybody else was getting from this? That's what I was getting from this.
Yeah, I guess I think for course prerequisites across our SEIC documents, that's what the motion would or should be. And then maybe we have a separate motion on the general requirements for certification.
Yeah.
So maybe we separate these 2 out since they address different sections and different types of documents. Yeah, Rachel.
I think we want to be careful about putting the link in there too many times. I get that it's important, but I feel like we choose one section and we stick it there and people see it. Otherwise, it just becomes too much.
Yeah, I don't know that we need a second same hyperlink. You know, we could still have that language, but without a hyperlink.
I think what she's getting at is that people tend to get lost when there's too much going on and skim over it and not pay attention.
I think the question is what you're saying, would everyone blanketly get that prerequisite? Or do you need to also look at the general requirements because you're not capturing it because it's a different bucket of information with different people? It's hard for me to understand because you guys have so much stuff. You really do.
Well, I think any document that a potential instructor, candidate, or just a student participant in any kind of course is going to see a document that references acknowledgement of the EEC, etc. And so I think if we just change it and make it like the first line item on the EEC, then everybody who sees that sees it. And so you don't have to have it in more than one place. I guess it's kind of getting a little lost in the weeds, but that might be a way to streamline it.
I mean, if we're using the terminology acts in accordance with that, that to me says, once I sign this, I'm going to act in accordance with this as a general member, as an instructor, and I'm signing on. This is, the nice thing about the code of conduct, as opposed to the statement we have in the general requirements right now, is that we actually ask people to acknowledge this. They're signing a document to acknowledge it.
Are we actually asking people to sign this? Because, I mean, we're not asking them to sign a document that says they're following the EEC. This is a course expectation.
Well, we do ask them to sign it as a member, correct? So it's a member acknowledgement. And then in CMS, it's required.
Yeah.
Alicia?
So I think if I understand correctly, kind of where we're at with this is we need to figure out if we want to add it to course prerequisites or general prerequisites. And just to kind of like wrap my mind around it, general requirements for all ACA certification candidates is that like general requirements, right? And and that's in different locations than course prerequisites? So I think, if I understand this correctly, I think that course prerequisites is on pretty much like everything. It's on skills courses, it's on assessments, and then the other one is only on like instructor certification, so on and so forth, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
In our breakout group, we talked about the importance of having the code of conduct on the prerequisites, because then it covers behaviors in certification workshops.
Okay.
Whereas a general requirement is kind of more after you're certified, so getting it up front was something that we brought forward in our breakout group.
Okay, so then I'm gonna throw it out there. Can I make a motion to add, let me find the language, all of understands and acts in accordance with ACA's code of conduct under course prerequisites on all disciplines curriculum?
Alicia, I just sent something like that out as a text.
Oh, great, perfect. Yeah, so participants in ACA programs are expected to follow ACA's code of conduct. To demonstrate this, the statement understands and acts in accordance with ACA's code of conduct will be placed as part of the course prerequisites in a position most convenient for SEI staff to add. And link.
You're welcome, Kelsey.
So you've made the motion. We need to set. Do we have a second? I'll second the motion.
I think John had a question, I think.
Yeah.
No, I took my hand down.
So this will be motion 9. Is that correct, Kelsey? Okay.
Where's my voting sheet?
Yes, everyone here, I'll put the voting sheet back in the chat just in case you need it. This is motion 9, the final column K. Of course, we can always add more if we have more items on the docket today, but that's where that is. There will be a couple, we do still have a quorum, but we have lost some people, so this won't be the same number of votes as in prior motions today. Let's see. We got sorry, I'm just making sure that people who are not here just want to gray out their spot.
Yeah, and as a point of reference, if you've been in doctor's offices recently, you've probably seen something like this as an expectation of both patients and their staff. With statements including like, we'll press charges if you are truly abusive.
We have those in all of our ambulances.
And what's sad is that you need them.
Yeah.
Got you. David and Jewel, y'all are the only two who have not voted. If you'd like to put your vote in the chat, I'll record it for you. But either way, we have sufficient yay votes for this to pass, and we'll see if they submit their 2 votes. But this passes.
So do we want to add these, with general requirements section, do we want to add these same statements? I think is something that I've heard discussed, as well as to change the language to reflect what we call the initiatives, what the ACA is calling the initiatives, which is equity and access initiatives.
Sorry, Ryan, can I clarify? Are you saying that in addition to this motion,
yes,
are we also proposing to change the wording that is in some documents right now of general requirements of understanding, the ACA's DEI? It says DEI right now. We're changing it to equity. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I misunderstood for a moment.
Right. There were some suggestions in this conversation that we should also have EEC and code of conduct under general requirements. And then we also talked about the language and how the ACA has equity and access initiatives. Wayne.
Can you clarify when you say assessment, if you're limiting it to just the instructor assessment or skills assessment also?
I didn't say assessment. This is specific to instructor criteria and what will be leader and guide criteria, where there's a section on page 2 that says general requirements for all ACA certification candidates.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so again, I posted a instructor certification just in the chat right now. Yeah, Alicia.
I think that we don't necessarily need to also add it to the general requirements for instructor candidates. But I would agree to change the language to match documents to website.
John.
Yeah, I disagree. I think we do need it under general requirements because what we're asking for under the prerequisites is that they acknowledge that they can satisfy the requirements of the EEC. And what we're asking for our instructor candidates and above is that they have a general knowledge of the EEC requirements. In other words, what's the genesis? Why do we have them? Where do they come from? And what's the need for them? That sort of thing.
So are you suggesting slightly altered language then?
Well, I think that we would say, demonstrates general knowledge of, essential eligibility requirements, EEC, demonstrates general knowledge of code of conduct.
Okay. Can I get if you electronically or thumbs up if you would like to add these 2 points to the EEC, and then maybe add these 2 points to the general requirements, or maybe a thumbs down if you do not support that. So
Can you say the 2 points one more time?
thumbs up means add EEC and code of conduct, demonstrate general knowledge of, two bullet points to the general requirements of candidates.
The raised thumbs don't stay very long. Can you raise your electronic hand if you do support the inclusion of those 2 points? And if you do not raise your digital hand, that means no thank you.
What if we're just indifferent? I don't want to vote against it. I'll raise my hand. I think it's.
We don't know.
So
I'm working on raising my hand.
You're good, Dave. I got you. Okay.
Thanks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And then once everybody's hands are down, we'll do the same exercise for the equity and access language change. And then the motion. Okay. Kelsey, do you have everybody?
I do. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate
So
it.
if you put your hands down, so we know everybody's hands are down. Anthea, your hand is still up. Okay, great. So this would be, whether you support changing the language so that it matches what we have on the ACA website, which is, I keep mixing the two. Is it equity and access or access and equity?
I think equity comes first.
Equity and access initiatives. So if you support changing it to match the ACA site, raise your hand. So I'll make a motion to, we should write it out. Does anybody, Stacy, you're so good at it. You're so quick. Can you? So demonstrate general knowledge of, John, I think is what you proposed, of the essential ACA's essential eligibility criteria.
Correct.
The first bullet point. Demonstrate general knowledge of the ACA's code of conduct is the second bullet point. And then demonstrate general knowledge of the ACA's equity and access initiatives. And that would go in all certification documents. So I think we can put our hands down unless there's questions. If you have a question, keep your hand up. But that's the motion. I've made it, so I guess we need to, is there a second?
I second.
Second.
And so if we have some discussion around that. Patrick or Rachel, did you have discussion? Anything you want to discuss? Rachel, you're up.
Yeah. Just clarifying, are we just changing the name of the equity that's already there, or are we adding in another line? We're just changing the name to match, correct?
We're changing the name to match. Yep.
Okay. That part I like and I'm good with. I don't know that we need to add the other two in that area. I still think it makes the documents overly long. So I'd prefer personally that they're two separate motions that we would vote on. But that's just my preference.
Everybody, column L, motion number 10 has been added to the voting sheet. If you would pop on over there. If you're tired, sorry.
just to clarify, is this motion for both things or just the language change to match the website?
I made the motion for both things. There would have to be a friendly amendment.
I mean, I would make a friendly amendment that they're two separate ones that we vote on.
Okay, so I accept that. So this motion is to add the EEC and Code of Conduct general understand. What is the words there? Demonstrate general understanding of. So this motion is to add the demonstrates general understanding of those 2 points. Is that clear? Clear as a muddy creek?
And I just, if I might, I have one really quick point of clarification, just because maybe I'm a dunce, but we're talking about this in reference to the instructor documents, like the what you had put before. So was there a discussion point about adding this to all of the student facing documents also, or just the instructor criteria?
I guess I should clarify, it's to certification course documents.
And the other motion that I already made was for all documents. This would just be an additional to certification documents.
All right.
Kelsey, can you add a column?
Yes.
Or this is 10. This is 10. Sorry. So motion 10 is is for the one we're voting on right now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to keep up taking these minutes and it's a little sticky.
Yeah. Thank you, by the way.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, can you clarify one more time? Because we had the friendly amendment. So can you give me the one liner of what we're voting on, just so I make sure I know what I suggest to?
This is a motion to include demonstrate general knowledge of ACA's essential eligibility criteria and demonstrate general knowledge of the ACA's code of conduct to certification documents. So that will include, that's it, period. So that will include instructor certification, guide certification programs, and leader.
Okay. I'm still waiting. Lance, Mike, and Jewel, if you're there, those are the votes I need. Mike, you're raising your hand? You're on mute, Mike. Try again.
Okay.
So
okay, go ahead, Mike.
I'm gonna actually cut us off because once voting opens, discussion is closed. So I do apologize, but that's the procedure. Okay. And so the last motion is to amend the language under for certification documents, general requirements from demonstrate general knowledge of ACA diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives to demonstrate, the new language would be demonstrate general knowledge of ACA's equity and access initiatives. And I would need a second to move that forward.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have
to
any
match? It just makes sense to
raise-
match
yeah,
the name of
match. Does anybody have any comments or questions now that we're discussions open?
Can I just kind of make a half joke? This is Anthea Raymond.
Yeah.
I've been thinking a lot about our ICEs, and in the context of DEI, it might be something to think about. That abbreviation might cause anxiety for certain populations. That's all I have to say.
And just remember, this is all going up to the board. And so it's a larger discussion that's happening at the board. So we're making our recommendations through these motions.
Anthea, what do you mean by it might make some groups uncomfortable? You mean
No,
instructor candidates?
No, just there are certain populations for the word ICE in capital letters.
Oh, yes.
Makes people uncomfortable.
See.
That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and it might just be out of, but I mean, I'm just sensitive to it because I just opened my phone and there was a headline about ICE again. It reminded me. But yeah, just stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we could do. But sorry, and I mean it not half seriously, but not intention.
No, I live in that world every day here. So so it might be better if we, when it goes up to the board, just to phrase it as instructor candidate. And what's the E stand for? Eligibility? Is that correct?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's an examination.
Instructor
right?
certification exam.
Exam,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So Kelsey, can you just maybe respect that when it goes up to the board and ends up in the board minutes?
The abbreviation right then that you just mentioned?
Yeah,
Yes, I didn't include that. I just said certification documentation.
perfect. Thanks.
But if you want me to break it out, I'll do that as well.
This would apply to the new leader and guide and the existing raft guide. I don't know if that
Yeah,
this
the
language
number
is in.
of courses to which this applies is 15 or so, not just that one type. But yes, Anthea, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, there's just a lot of pieces in there. But yes, okay, so everyone, this is motion 11. A column has been added, column M. If you have not already, please go right ahead and put that in there. It's not true.
Hey, I just want to say, make sure that you're voting on your own line. I think I had a vote get changed on my line.
Right, there are 3 kind of lines of gray. Those are people who are not here to submit a vote. So please don't vote in the gray spots.
And also, please only vote under your name.
Jeff, I hear you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who's left over here? I think Stacy, you're the only one I'm waiting on. Okay, gotcha. Thank you so very much, y'all. This one passes unanimously, 15 to 0. Appreciate it.
All right. Wow. We're through our breakout rooms and wrapping up this meeting 7 minutes after we should be. But thank you, everyone. Now, I said if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. I don't know about the whole dancing thing that happened at these meetings. That could be broke or not. It's up to interpretation. Yeah, in terms of wrapping it up, you can do a dance, you can do a 5-word comment on the meeting or grateful. I'll let you choose how you wrap this up. So I think across the top line, I have Alicia, Alan, Mike, Wayne, and then John. So Alicia, you're up.
Oh, I thought you said Mike and then me. Sorry.
Oh,
Maybe
sorry.
that's just how it is on my screen. So I have 2 left feet, so I've never been very comfortable with dancing. I'm just gonna say, strong work team, getting her done.
You. Alan.
Yep. Similarly, dancing's not my strong suit either, but I appreciate the commitment and the staying on taskedness of this group. So thank you all.
Mike.
I think it was a well-conducted meeting overall. I think we strayed a long way from sending out material in advance so that people could take a look at it before voting. And it got pretty hot and heavy these last 4 or 5 things. And I felt kind of like they were being rushed.
Okay, good. In terms of putting the motions up, Mike, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that we kept on adding on to what was added on to what was added on. I'm going, well, where the hell are we?
Yeah. Okay. Fair. Yeah, fair. All right. I think we had John or Wayne and then John and Stacy. You'll be after that.
If you back up before Mike spoke, ditto.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get it done, gal. So I like having things done. So my dance move is gonna be a check mark. Check.
Okay. Everybody has to do the dance move. Somebody put some dance move,
Everybody does it.
We're compelled to do
Who
a dance.
doesn't like to mark things off a checkoff list?
I like the check.
We're done. This is finished, Nasil. Finished.
Nice. All right, John and then Robert.
Excellent. You know, I like the check mark. I really like that we got a lot done today and stayed on task. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Good meeting. A little different twist. I like the breakout rooms. I thought it was very effective and worked very well.
Okay. Suze and Patrick and Anne.
I think you guys are rock stars, man. You would put any marathoners to shame. This is not a small process you go through. I'm super impressed with all of this and all of you, and I feel super proud just because I feel like you're reinforcing that what the ACA stands for is what the ACA stands for, which I'm super happy about. I had one other thing I wanted to say, which has nothing to do with saying goodbye, but your winter December meeting really is on a Monday at 10 a.m. in the morning. I just wanted to ask that question if that was true. So, because I'm putting things on my calendar. So some of them I'm going to try and get to. And yeah, check. I love when we get things accomplished. So super happy. Thanks for inviting me, by the way.
Thank you, Suze.
Thank you for being here.
My dance move is I'm going skiing here in a little bit, so I can't wait to go skiing. Glad to wrap this up and we have some snow on the ground. And yeah, I really appreciate just getting some ideas from different disciplines. So I'm going to take some of the ideas from the discipline committee reports and then take them to start to implement them with my discipline committee as well, and then start to expand. But yeah, I really appreciate the work going forward.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just say kudos to Ryan for running the meeting. Suze, it was great to meet you. Thanks for being here. And to the rest of the team, I would raise the roof to you because you're all rock. So appreciate your time and the collaboration. And just look forward to working with you for, enhancing the SAG or the skills assessment guide and, navigating the rough waters that we're in. So stay strong out there, and it's uplifting to be part of this team. So thank you.
Got Robin and Rachel and Jeff next.
Yeah, really nicely done meeting, Ryan. Strong work getting us through this. Didn't seem like it was your first meeting. And really appreciate the opportunity to work with all of you.
Yeah, my plus is I think it was a well-run meeting. I appreciate the breakout groups and look forward to the e-learning continuing to move forward. And the Delta, I think, is it was good to get the stuff moving at the end, but I kind of agree with Mike that we just voted on 10 days before and then we threw a whole bunch of things in. So it kind of goes against what we just voted on.
Cool. I appreciate you all riding home with me as I came home from St. Augustine to Charleston. And thanks for running a well-organized, fast meeting. Appreciate the fact of what all we accomplished. Deltas, I miss weekday meetings. Weekend meetings are always hard. But I also appreciate the fact that everybody's so passionate about working together, make all this stuff happen, and look forward to the next one. And send people to IPC.
Okay. Got David and Lance and Jewel.
Yeah, good job, Ryan. I thought you did a good job watching the clock. A lot of good feedback. I enjoyed our breakout sessions. And good job, everybody. Yes, definitely the check mark. Good day.
Um, 6 hours. Thank you all for not making it feel like 6 hours, at least for my end. It went really well. I'm not going to dance. I've got a few more hours of work to do today, so I'm going to save my energy for that.
Thanks, Lance. I don't know if you can hear us, Jewel. Anthea, are you still there?
I am still here.
Okay.
Lots done. I'm very relieved. The dance is now optional. And I would say, let's keep going.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone. There'll be some follow-up items on the instructor trainer candidate evaluations. We talked about a guide application review subcommittee, but we're going to get together Monday morning with the executive committee and we'll do all that follow-up stuff. Appreciate everyone and spending your Saturdays here together figuring this stuff out. So it's a lot of work, but appreciate you guys. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend.
Someone needs to make a motion to adjourn.
Oh yes.
So moved.
Yeah.
Second.
Good.
Third.
Thanks, team.
Everyone abstain.
All in
Oh,
favor, hang up.
Yeah, everybody in favor, hang up.
Yep. Good to see you, Kelsey.